Good morning. How are you today? Hi, Margaret. This is Renee Galan. How are you today?
Let me turn my mic on.
Oh,
How are you?
give me a second. I have my turn on. All right, I got it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Right. How's your weekend?
It was good.
Same here.
Oh, hold on one sec.
Absolutely.
I was stepped away. I'm making some tea, so I had to turn off the kettle.
Yeah,
So
I missed most of the keynote.
They did a good job, I thought.
Oh, yeah?
Rich did a good job interviewing her, and she had, it's all about the psychology, which is has been one of our emphasis is, how people feel
Sure.
when they come back.
Yeah,
Better, folks. Putting us up on screen.
I had some technical difficulty when I first started, but it's all fixed.
Peter, are you putting us up on screen? Is that better, Pope?
Good.
Yeah, I'm putting up.
Hello, good morning.
Peter?
Hi guys, we already mentioned.
Yeah, I'm putting it up.
The auditorium conference has started. If you have any technical issues, just reach out to us.
Yes, you guys are up on the screen right now.
So, Darlene, I want to introduce you and your panel now. Thank you all for.
Yes, you guys are up on the screen right now.
Second panel of the day, the Connected Virtual Tech Event. And I'm very. So, Darlene, I want to introduce you and your panel now. Thank you all for attending our second panel of the day at the Connected Virtual Tech Event. And I'm very pleased to introduce our event chair and our moderator for today, Darlene Pope. Darlene is an experienced executive in the digital transformation and Office of the Future Space, and one of the most knowledgeable people that I know in this industry. And so, Darlene, thank you for being part of the event, for being our event chair. You've put together a number of terrific panels, this being one of them. And from here, I'm going to introduce you and let you take your panel and go forward. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Rich. Thanks for having all of us. It's been a thrill to chair this event. And thank you to all of our panelists for joining today. I love the fact that we've got such great representation from the real estate industry on this kickoff session. So our topic is, how do I get people back in my buildings, which I think is a great follow-up from Jennifer Moss's opening this morning, talking about the psychology of getting people back to work. So we're going to talk a little bit about physically tangible technology solutions to get people back to work. So we have a stellar panel this morning. I'm going to have each of the panelists introduce themselves briefly, and then we're going to launch into our discussion. So if you can just give us, just tell us who you are, what company you're with, and what you do. We've got Tommy Russo from Ackridge, Ashley Lippitt from CBRE, Kent Tarek from PGIM, and Scott Anderson from Common Grounds today. So Kent, let's start with you.
Sure. Thanks again for having me a part of the panel today. Very excited to join everyone here. So again, my name is Kent Tarek, and I'm with Prudential or PGIM Real Estate, and I am responsible for overseeing their commercial office portfolio across the New York metro area.
Great, thanks. And Scott Anderson.
Good morning, everyone, or I think it's good morning everywhere for anyone who's watching. Really looking forward to the conversation today. I work here at Common Grounds. I oversee our sales marketing divisions as well as our product line, specifically around our mobile application that we use for management of our locations. So I'm really looking forward to the conversation about how we can use different technologies and different approaches towards getting people back into the office.
Great. And Tommy Russo.
I am Tommy Russo. I am Senior Vice President of Technology and Engineering Services for Akridge. And our portfolio is in Washington, D.C., North Carolina, and the surrounding metropolitan areas.
Great. Thank you, Tommy. And Ashley, I think your mute is, there you go.
Yeah. Hi, Ashley Lippett. I am a part of the CBRE host team, which is our people and digital technology workplace solution. And I serve as an innovation and strategic lead there. I actually run what we call host labs. And so we're constantly on the forefront of figuring out how to better solve these sorts of challenges. So it's exciting to be a part of the conversation.
Great. Thanks, Ashley. So Scott, I'm going to kick off with you. We've heard a lot about co-working and flex space and, getting people back to work safely. Can you tell us a little bit about, what are your biggest challenges in getting people back to work?
Sure. So it's obviously a unique time right now. And what we're trying to do is kind of thread the needle between making people comfortable going back to work while also not pushing people to go back to work. One of the things that we've identified early on is that no matter, what your position is on what your plans are going forward, the most important person is the consumer. And whether that's for us, our individual users, our enterprise users, or anywhere in between, or whether it's for another organization where it's their literal employees, what we're trying to do is find approaches that will make people comfortable to come back and then let them make that decision on their own when they will return to the office. So a few different things that we've done are utilizing some existing technologies we had just to keep track of who is coming into the office. So we'll have kind of a weekly rolling average of how many individuals are in the space at a given time, and we'll share that with people to identify, hey, if you're interested in coming in but prefer to be in at a less dense time, it turns out between Friday, between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. is actually our least occupied times, surprisingly. But we can talk towards things like that and say, hey, here's a time when it's less dense. Or maybe you're the opposite. You want to go in and feel a buzz. We can tell you, hey, on Tuesday mornings, it's actually fairly busy in the space. Obviously, busy is a relative term given the time period. But what we're trying to do is take whatever we can to learn from what's going on currently and then just provide that information to bring people back. And then as we start to, round the corner on this, whenever that does happen, we have a few different plans and processes that we've put together to make sure that we kind of retain that comfort level that we've been trying to build out over the last few months. So that's things along the lines of enhanced cleaning schedules and actually providing those cleaning schedules to our members so they know exactly when and where the places will be cleaned. Doing as much touchless interaction as we can, utilizing some virtual tools to keep the face-to-face communication to a minimum while still allowing for conversations like this. And then, frankly, just listening to our customers and our employees to understand what makes them comfortable and trying to, move desks around. We have our proprietary wall system where we can make some changes and give you more individual space or less individual space. So it's kind of a cacophony, a ton of things that we have to put together. But the ultimate goal we're looking for is what can we do to make everyone comfortable so they can make that decision to come back on their own.
Mm-hmm. So Tommy, you've got kind of two perspectives here. You've got Akridge as a company, and you've got Akridge as an owner manager. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing. Scott mentioned being able to manage traffic flow and occupancy of people coming into the building. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing from an Akridge enterprise standpoint to manage people coming in, and then also what are you doing as a building owner?
So as Akridge is a corporation, we decided when the pandemic first happened, we would write an app that requires all of our on-site personnel to go to every day, fill out an online questionnaire that either affirms or says whether you're on PTO in the office or working remotely. If you choose PTO or working remotely, it just spits it out and goes into our attendance tracking system. If you are going to go into the office, what it does is it then pulls up the CDC required questions to make sure you answer the correct answer for all the questions. If it does, it prints out, it forwards you a QR code through your email. That QR code then allows us to track how many people are in the office and grant you access to the office. So at a real-time basis, if you want to go into the office on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, or Saturday or Sunday for that matter, you can see how many people are actually in the office. And we've also made this available to all of our building clients. If they wanted to use it, we were happily share the technology with them. And from a portfolio perspective, we're using access control to manage and monitor the inhabitants of the building. So we're specialized cleaning on the places where there are people on a real-time basis. We're using analytical engines to figure out where people are, and those are the high-touch areas are the ones that are being cleaned and disinfected on a regular basis.
So Tommy, you're using a mobile app for your employees, for Acridge employees to have a QR code, which is basically their access into the property. Where is the dividing line though between the owner's responsibility to manage occupancy in the building?
Well, we as an owner of a building manage our corporate, our personnel, meaning the people that work for Acridge. As it pertains to a leasee, that is upon them to manage their personnel. We can't say, hey, you can't only have 10 people in the space. They lease that space. It's their space to lease. So if they choose to have 10 people or 100 people in their space, that's on them. We're not going to have an engineer or property manager or building manager walk in and say, hey, you're too over occupied. That's between them and their lease. We're not sheriffs. We manage and run the building.
Yeah. So Ashley, from a CBRE standpoint, how are you managing occupancy, whether it's for CBRE corporate, whether it's for your tenants? I think probably the biggest concern right now is managing occupancy. And if the CDC or if the local jurisdiction says you can only have 50% of your permitted occupancy, how do you manage that?
Yeah, I love a lot of what Scott and Tommy just said, because it really echoes, I think, what as an industry we really know we need to do. And so I would summarize it as we need to be able to create strategies and tools and supports to meet our clients where they are, and for them to meet their employees where they are. So this is employee experience in so many ways, but also with a real emphasis on reduction of risk, ensuring that people feel safe, but also that they still feel the good stuff that brings them to the workplace. So, one of the things that we know and have been able to do through the CBRE Host app for both our occupier and our building clients is we kind of had a head start. We've also implemented and created a robust questionnaire, like what Tommy was talking about, that is tied to local and CDC regulations. We work with our partners so that we can figure out the appropriate set of questions. And then beyond that, Darlene, to your point, when we tie the app to the other technologies or hardware in the space, things like sensors, what we can do is is look at heat maps of where people are, where they're, when they're coming in, how they're most frequently using the space. We can do that in real time, but we can also do that to help clients make better decisions about reduction of, of employees in the space in the future, if it feels like it's getting too crowded. The other thing we all know is that social distancing is very real. So our app serves as an intermediary between on-site teams who then can really maintain the policies that are in place, but then also the employees who are coming in. And we can kind of guide that workflow and guide that occupancy.
So Kent, from a PGIM standpoint, as the investment manager, the owner, if you will, tell us a little bit about your challenges in getting people back to work, and what are some of the tools and technologies that you're deploying to support that? You may need to turn your mic on.
Thank you. So in line with what everybody else touched on, certainly a variety of tools that we're either implementing directly or in partnership with our operators, temperature checks in the lobby, certainly signage and decals to ensure social distancing throughout the building and all the common areas. The heightened cleaning activities, looking at digital access solutions and other touchless technologies. And so, there's a general acceptance that all those features need to be incorporated into the return to work effort that we're all undertaking. Taking that one step further, the communication that we need to have both at the corporate level with the individuals that are responsible for the corporate spaces within the building, but also getting these direct channels in with the individual occupants so that they know the work that we're doing and can then make a determination about the comfort level they have around returning. And so that's something we're actively doing. It's interesting. I think pre-COVID, there had been this push push about various tenant engagement platforms. And again, my colleagues here have touched on it. These tenant engagement platforms that connect people to the amenities, services, and features that a building has. But now that's been pivoted a little bit so that now we can run these wellness checks through the systems. The communication about the efforts we're making to keep the building safe and secure and healthy. Log on a daily basis, the amount of people that are in the building, where they're going, and also provide that check around the social distancing. So those types of initiatives we're pursuing across the portfolio. Certainly what we're seeing is there's some nuance between on a region by region basis, what's critically important. In the New York market, for example, certainly the challenge that we're having is the public transit and getting people to the office. That's less of an issue in some of our other markets. And so we're having to kind of curate our approach based on the region where the buildings are located.
Well, Kent, let's talk a little bit about the physical operations of the building. Because, Jennifer talked about the psychology of getting people feeling safe at work, but there's also kind of the tangible, what can we physically do to make sure that our buildings are safe and are healthy. And several things that come to mind are, first of all, indoor air quality. We've all seen Dr. Joe Allen from Harvard on CNN talking about filtration, additional outside air. So can you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the physical operations of the building that you're doing differently? Whether it's touchless technologies, UV lighting. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing there.
Sure, and you touched on a couple of the main ones there. So first and foremost, from an operational and building management perspective, it's heightened cleaning. And all of the common areas, certainly the elevators, anywhere that there's some touch involved, and looking at ways that we can reduce that. So putting films or changing out the elevator buttons to reduce the bacteria that can stay on those surfaces. using access control, using your smartphone to access our buildings, so you're not touching anything there. And from an air filtration perspective, certainly using the MERV filters and making sure that if they were not already in use at the buildings, to get those installed across the portfolio. We are doing quite a bit of research around the ionic air filtration and the charging of particles to clean the air that way. There's some mixed messaging around that, and so there's still some work that needs to be done to figure out what is the best solution in that regard. But the hope is that through some continued research and shared data across our peers in the industry, that we can start to understand what the best strategy is, because the technologies that we're deploying at this point, air filtration being a certain one of those, these aren't competitive advantages. These are things that we need to do as an industry to get people back to work. And so if somebody finds a good solution, I think, conferences like this and behind the scenes, that the conversations that are being had, this is what's going to help people get comfortable about returning to the office, to know that across the industry, we are collectively doing what's in the best interest of our customers and our occupants to return them to the office.
Right. So Scott, I think there's a little bit of a dichotomy here with, back to work and co-working and flexible space. On the one hand, the studies are showing that there's a higher demand for co-working and a higher demand for flexible space because of the hub and spoke model, and they want to be able to go someplace closer to their home. On the other hand, there's the discussion around, do you really want to be sitting in a co-working facility where that other people are using that same space? And so from your standpoint, how are you mitigating that that risk, if you will, through the use of technology and, whether it's, cleaning or UV light or some of the things that Kent was talking about? What are you guys doing at Common Grounds to make sure that your members are coming back and they feel safe from a health standpoint?
Sure. So we have kind of two different tracks of membership and our sites, and both of them have kind of different expectations, but same results. From our enterprise standpoint, where we have, one client takes the entirety of our space, and they use that for a longer period of time. What we'll do is we'll actually sit down and discussions with their teams to understand what their company is doing. What we're trying to accomplish at Common Grounds is to have essentially the same level of service you would have at your headquarters. So whether it's additional cleaning at your site, whether you have the UV hand sanitizer that you walk by, or whether you have the UV lights that you're waving over the different surfaces, we try to match what their main corporate headquarters is doing, and then enhance it in any way that we feel comfortable with. So in any of our locations, we make sure we have our HVAC running and bringing in more outside air, opening windows when feasible and when possible, and the non-high story buildings. Some really low technology solutions to something that we can do just from circulating air and getting more outside air into the space. In addition to those enterprise clients, what we've seen a lot of is just moving desks further apart, utilizing some conference spaces, individual offices. Again, not super high technology from a activation standpoint, but we'll use our different design team and project management team to ensure we have 6, 10, 12 feet of space between a chair and another chair. That way you have kind of that distancing aspect. You could feel more comfortable, and then we do our best to find other locations where we can get people working from that you ordinarily would have more for meetings and personal time. Maybe you turn that into a private office that someone feels more comfortable working out of for the time being. Now, on the co-working side, it's a little bit more interesting because you have a dichotomy of users that are going to be in here. You have everyone from every range of the spectrum, whether it's I want to be in the office, I need to be in the office, to maybe maybe let's talk about changing our membership type. I don't really want to come in anymore. So for our co-working memberships, what we're really trying to do is making sure that our employees at the site are comfortable, because we find that our employees are the best representation of our users. They're familiar with everyone who works there. They're on a first name basis with everyone who comes into the space, and they know exactly what they feel comfortable with. Frankly, they sometimes will just tell them unprompted, like, hey, you know, I came in and I noticed that so-and-so wasn't wearing a mask in the space.
Mhm.
So what we do is we really rely on our local teams and then our technology to bring it back to the point of this conversation. We're able to identify who is in the space and when. We have our surveys come in. Anytime you connect to our Wi-Fi, it'll kind of highlight, hey, have you been in any high risk areas? Have you been in contact with anyone? Just so we can kind of have that information and knock on wood, in the worst case scenario of something occurring. And then really just trying, like I spoke about at the opening, is just to create as much space between workstations as possible and bringing in as much outside air as possible in our location. So those are what we've seen as the two things that make people the most comfortable. And then as we've gone down the line and as this has continued forward, what we've also tried to identify and tried to look for are ways to anticipate future use. So whereas in the past in almost every real estate organization, they know how many people were in the space last Tuesday, right? They have badge swipe data. Maybe you have a specified app, maybe you have anything, frankly. What we're trying to do is to use some predictive analytics to say, okay, we identify that on Tuesdays, this is what occurs. We know this coming Tuesday is a holiday, so how does that affect our expectation of use? And then we want to be able to provide that information to our members to say, hey, Tuesday is expected that this many people come in. And then where it gets really, from a nerdy perspective, really interesting to me, is then we can kind of track the responses to those emails and to those conversations to then further enhance our expectation, right? If we send out 100 emails saying that Tuesday is not a very busy day, and we see 75 people opened and hovered on that email and read it for 20 minutes, we probably need to up our expectation of the amount of members coming in on Tuesday, and then enhance our cleaning protocols and enhance other things. So we're trying to get beyond what has happened and get into the predictive side of what will happen in the future.
So that's a great transition, Ashley, into let's talk about data and analytics around the workplace, and specifically around occupancy and use of space. Because I think what COVID has done is kind of catapulted this conversation forward into, we need to understand real-time occupancy, not how many people were in my building yesterday based on badge swipe data, but real-time occupancy. How many people are in my building now? How many people are on this floor now? How many people are in this conference room now? And then once you start to have that data, and we can literally start to track people, then we get into this conversation about people don't like to be tracked. So Ashley, talk to us a little bit about what your thoughts are around occupancy detection, location-based services, people tracking, and how that's really impacting us today with getting people back to work during this COVID crisis. And also long-term, what is that going to do to help us operate our buildings better?
Yeah, I think one of the things that Kent said that feels really relevant here is that a lot of what we're talking about is not necessarily a competitive advantage. We're talking about doing things that are good for people and that we all as an industry need to do. We need to be able to, as an industry, be in a place where we are supporting all of us, right? We are supporting people who are working. And so I think, you know, Darlene, you mentioned it's a little bit tricky in some ways, this conversation around people don't feel comfortable, and our approach is really to meet our clients where they are. We have a robust set of recommendations where we can work with our clients to say, look, depending on what you feel comfortable with, as Scott said, really making sure that we meet people based on their options, their comfort level. But then based on that, how can we support them and have real transparency around what the risks are based on what they opt into or not, because we know that in some ways it's more helpful to know the specifics of who's coming into the workplace or not, but we really need, as CBRE, to support our clients based on what their needs are. So that's first and foremost. As we think about the future, though, I think, you know, what we've seen even in location sharing. And as an individual, I can speak to this. I know that in the past, early on, when it came to finding my friends, I might not have been as comfortable as I certainly feel now, where it's just one of the things that I do. I know that I use my phone and that people know where I am at almost, any point in the day. And so I think what we're seeing across the industry is that these kinds of conversations have been accelerated. They've been accelerated by the need to understand what is good for people. So if we bring all of those factors in and say, okay, how can we best support, mitigate risk, really allow people to opt in, then what conversation do we need to have about, like, using technology, occupancy sensors, using phones, using the tools that are already at our disposal right now, even as we might look to invest in the future in other hardware, right? Because not everybody, few people plan for this, right? So what do we have at our disposal now where technology can be caring and we can have good conversations with our clients to understand what their concerns are, to help mitigate those risks, and then to figure out the right strategy so that their people feel cared for. We find that some of our clients are really forward thinking or really much more comfortable with, let's say, location tracking or density mapping, and others are less so. And so our job is to really be prepared to solve their needs based on where they are.
Yeah, and that's a great transition, because I hate talking about the future of work because it makes it seem like you don't have to think about it for a while. Talking about the now of work, right? And talking about what are the tools that we currently have that we can take advantage of. So, Tommy, I want to talk to you a little bit about let's continue on kind of the occupancy detection, people tracking conversation, because it is a little bit controversial around people tracking. On the other hand, you know, everybody's got a smartphone. Everybody uses location-based services outside the building. You know, I track my kids every day to find out where they are. So people are kind of used to being tracked, and whether that's through their GPS or find a restaurant near me now. I mean, location-based services, in my opinion, are probably, you know, one of the number one tools that we can actually use. And specifically with COVID, whether it's dedensification, contact tracing, occupancy detection. So Tommy, talk to me a little bit about your thoughts in terms of using things like a mobile app for occupancy, or what are some of the other tools that we can use to help balance this, you know, COVID era of dedensification versus the future of location-based services?
So location-based services is tricky because where is too far? Yes, you can track your children because you pay their cell phone bill. You can't track your neighbor's children because you don't pay their cell phone bill. And if you track them, they may not like that very much, or may think you're a little creepy. So there's a fine line in what you can and cannot do. We have toyed with over the last couple of years using LTE signals to track people because, you know, everyone has 10 Wi-Fi devices, but most people only have one cell phone. So to be able to track in building inhabitants based on the cell phone signal was a great idea, but unfortunately it didn't come to fruition because it wasn't approved. So cell phone tracking and using the cell phone to track people is a great. But so I'll ask the 5-6 people on the call right now. I live in Maryland. I think Virginia has one as well. How many people have downloaded the COVID tracking app? It's there for just about anyone to use. So for contact tracing, has anyone else done it? So one person has?
Haven't done it.
So that speaks to magnitude to how much you want to be tracked. So by using the tracking on your phone, you are opting into using it. Being used against you or for you, you know, okay, so you have a dinner date with your husband and have the app on your phone and you came in contact with somebody with COVID, you can't cancel your date. Do you want to know? Do you not want to know? And then where does it stop? And then who gets the data? And that's the big part that I'm concerned with is who owns it.
they are. If
Yeah,
that
and
makes
that's
sense.
a great transition because I hate talking about the future of work because it makes it seem like you don't have to think about it for a while. You know, talking about the now of work, right? And talking about what are the tools that we currently have that we can take advantage of. So, Tommy, I want to talk to you a little bit about let's continue on kind of the occupancy detection, people tracking conversation, because it is a little bit controversial around people tracking. On the other hand, you know, everybody's got a smartphone. Everybody uses location-based services outside the building. You know, I track my kids every day to find out where they are. So people are kind of used to being tracked, and whether that's through their GPS or find a restaurant near me now. I mean, location-based services, in my opinion, are probably, you know, one of the number one tools that we can actually use. And specifically with COVID, whether it's
Good afternoon.
dedensification,
Good, man, good. How you doing?
contact tracing, occupancy
Hey,
detection.
you know that when you guys talk, I can hear you, right?
Tommy, talk to me a little bit about your thoughts in
Is that
terms of
everybody
using
when you guys in the back of the house talking?
things like a mobile app for
Yeah,
occupancy.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I didn't,
Or what
I
are some of
wasn't
the
paying
other
attention.
tools
I
that
was-
we can use
I'm
to
having
help
some issues. I'm having some issues with Office. I had to fucking work on that this morning.
balance this,
Um,
you know, COVID era
Yeah, I'm here. I'm in the auditorium.
of
Hold on,
dedensification
why don't you come over
versus
here?
the future of location-based services.
So the location-based services is tricky because where is too far? Yes, you can track your children because you pay their cell phone bill. You can't track your neighbor's children because you don't pay their cell phone bill. And if you track them, they may not like that very much, or may think you're a little creepy. So there's a fine line in what you can and cannot do. We have toyed with over the last couple of years using LTE signals to track people because, you know, everyone has 10 Wi-Fi devices, but most people only have one cell phone. So to be able to track in building inhabitants based on the cell phone signal was a great idea, but unfortunately it didn't come to fruition because it wasn't approved. So cell phone tracking and using the cell phone to track people is a great. But so I'll ask the 5-6 people on the call right now. I live in Maryland. I think Virginia has one as well. How many people have downloaded the COVID tracking app? It's there for just about anyone to use. So for contact tracing, has anyone else done it?
Yeah. What's up? Do you hear me on the platform?
So one person has.
You hear me, Renee?
So that speaks to magnitude to how much you want to be tracked. So by using the tracking on your phone, you are
I had the mic off. Sorry, I had the
opting
mic
into
off.
using it.
I had my mic off.
Being
Yeah, perfectly now. Hey,
being used
the only thing
against
is
you
when we
or
get
for you,
close, I
you know,
can't see your name. I guess you gotta back up first. Yeah, I see. I
okay,
back
so
up
you
and I'll
have
see it.
a dinner date with your husband, and
And you still have Peter Krasny at 205, by the way.
Yeah, this is my
you have
second
the app
profile.
on
I
your
have two
phone, and you
accounts
came in
that I'm
contact with
going in
somebody with
and out of
COVID. You
in
can't.
order to put all the stuff up on the screen. So
So I was having a little lag
So your date?
this morning.
Yeah.
So what I did is I
Do you-
went into my task manager and I turned off a lot of stuff that was in the background.
Yep.
And
Do you want to
it
know? Do you
works
not want to
good.
know?
Now,
And then where does it
if
stop?
I'm set up to, if I go to like YouTube or
And then
some other
who gets the
programs that
data?
are
And that's the
heavy, it slows down, and that makes sense.
big part that I'm concerned with is who owns it.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know what happened. I thought it was tomorrow and Wednesday, and I just realized it's today and.
Yep.
So,
So
yeah, I saw Margaret Tobin and I saw Aaron. Margaret's with Life. What is she with? Clearware Solution. And then the other girl from Rad is Aaron. So I saw them both. How many people are in here? There's quite a few, right?
a few dropped out, but there was like almost 200 before just in this room. So
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we're doing good, man. We're doing good.
yeah.
So, yeah, people will. Is there anything going on now in another room or something?
Right now is lunch and networking.
Oh, lunch and network now. All right, so basically just head out and bump into people. What? Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Call Anthony Graffia. Call Anthony Graffia. Siri, call Anthony Graffia. Siri is the lunch tool. Hey, what's going on? You got the lunch? Are you lunch? Oh, yeah, I'm in there. Let me know when you get in. Yeah, go on. Did you download it already? Download it on the link I just sent. Pull this out. Set up around the clock. Oh. We're on lunch break now, lunch break and networking. Yeah, pretty good. I haven't looked at the agenda and that's some issues. If for some reason you want an issue, you put 12 grade and you don't think it's in. You don't have any, yeah, no. Yeah, that's fucking bird. The bird is that here. We'll get this. Yeah, you got a camera, but you have one. Yeah, that's him. That's the same thing he did to me. I had to get my own, yeah. Do you have a laptop? That's it. Just download it on your laptop and that's all you need. That's it. Download it on, that's what I have. I'm up there. That has a mic and, yeah, download it for that. A little busy. Good thing tomorrow, all day. But you can push it out. Don't tell anybody about it. Yeah, that's the majority of it. Shows up. Hey, it doesn't. Work on it for an hour. I don't know, you see, you need a couple people and. All day. How's your weekend? 35, fish. Right, right.
They are.
Shit. Anyway,
Yeah, and that's a great
that's it, man.
transition
remember-
because
Is
talking,
it?
I
How
hate
did
talking
they-
about the
I haven't
future of
heard
work.
a change. Wow, 500? That's awesome.
Because it makes it seem like you don't have to think about it for a while.
94% now.
You know, talking about the now
Oh,
of
there's
work,
another one?
right? And talking
Yeah, we'll be back to normal in 6 months. Yes, right? Yeah.
about what are the tools that we currently have that we can take advantage of. So, Tommy, I want to talk to you a little bit about let's continue on kind of the occupancy detection, people tracking conversation, because it is a little bit controversial around people tracking. On the other hand, you know, everybody's got a smartphone. Everybody uses location-based services outside the building. You know, I track my kids every day to find out where they are. So people are kind of used to being tracked, and whether that's through their GPS or find a restaurant near me now. I mean, location-based services, in my opinion, are probably, you know, one of the number one tools that we can actually use. And specifically with COVID,
Morning.
whether it's
Good afternoon.
de-densification,
Good, man, good. How you doing?
contact tracing,
Hey,
occupancy
what's,
detection.
you know that when you guys talk, I can hear you, right?
Tommy, talk to me a little bit about your thoughts in
Is that
terms of
everybody
using
when you guys in the back of the house talking?
things like a mobile app for
Yeah,
occupancy.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I didn't.
Or what
I
are some of
wasn't
the
paying
other
attention.
tools that we can use
I'm
to
having
help
some issues. I'm having some issues with Office. I had to fucking work on that this morning.
balance this, you know, COVID era
Yeah, I'm here. I'm in the auditorium.
of
Hold on,
de-densification
why don't you come over
versus
here?
the future of location-based services.
So location-based services is tricky because where is too far? Yes, you can track your children because you pay their cell phone bill. You can't track your neighbor's children because you don't pay their cell phone bill. And if you track them, they may not like that very much or may think you're a little creepy. So there's a fine line in what you can and cannot do. We have toyed with over the last couple of years using LTE signals to track people because everyone has 10 Wi-Fi devices, but most people only have one cell phone. So to be able to track in building inhabitants based on the cell phone signal was a great idea, but unfortunately it didn't come to fruition because it wasn't approved. So cell phone tracking and using the cell phone to track people is a great. But so I'll ask the 5, 6 people on the call right now. I live in Maryland. I think Virginia has one as well. How many people have downloaded the COVID tracking app? It's there for just about anyone to use. So for contact tracing, has anyone else done it?
Yeah. What's up? Do you hear me on the platform?
So one person has.
You hear me right?
So that speaks magnitude to how much you want to be tracked. So
All right, let me know. I'll talk to you later.
by using the tracking on your phone, you are
That was Anthony. I had the mic off. Sorry, I had the
opting
mic
into
off.
using it.
I had my mic
You're
off.
Being it being
Yeah, perfectly now. Hey, you know,
used
the only thing
against
is
you
when we
or
get
for you,
close, I
you know,
can't see your name. I guess
Yeah.
you gotta back up first. Yeah, I see. I
okay,
back
so
up
you
and
you
I
have
see it.
a dinner date
Yep.
with your husband, and
And you still have Peter Krasny at 205, by the way.
Yeah, this is my
you
second
have the app on
profile. I
your
have two
phone and you
accounts
came in
that I'm
contact
calling
with
in
somebody
and
with
out of
COVID. You
in
can't.
order to put all the stuff up on the screen. So
So I was having a little
Is it your
lag
date?
this morning.
Yeah.
So what I did is I
Do you-
went into my task manager and I turned off a lot of stuff that was in the background.
yep.
Do you
And
want to
it
know? Do you
works
not want to
good.
know?
Now,
And
if
then
I'm,
where does it
if
stop?
I'm set up to, if I go to like YouTube or
And then
some other
who gets to
programs
it?
that are,
And,
you know,
that's
data heavy, it slows down, and that makes sense. You know,
the big part that I'm concerned with is who owns it.
yeah, for some reason, I don't know what happened. I thought it was tomorrow and Wednesday, and I just realized it's today again.
Yep.
So,
Yep. So
yeah, I saw Margaret Tobin and I saw Aaron.
Yeah.
Margaret's with Life. What was she with? Clearway Solution. And then
Okay.
the other girl from Rad is Aaron. So I saw them both. How many people are in here? There's quite a few, right?
a few dropped out, but there was like almost 200 before just in this room. So
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we're doing good, man. We're doing good.
yeah.
So, yeah, people will. Is there anything going on now in another room or something? Besides
Right now it's lunch and networking.
Oh, lunch and network now. All right, so basically just head out and bump into people. Yeah, that's great.
Good afternoon, Anthony. Can you hear me? Nice. Tess.
What? Yeah, you do whatever you want. Call Anthony Graffio. Call Anthony Graffio. Siri, call Anthony Graffio. Siri is the lunch throw. Hey, what's going on? You got the lunch? Are you at lunch? Oh, yeah, I'm in there. Let me know when you get in. Yeah, go on. Did you download it already? Download it on the link I just sent. Pull this out. Oh. Go on lunch break and network. Yeah, we're good. I haven't looked at the agenda on that. Issues. If for some reason you want issues, third, fourth grade, and you don't think it's a- You don't have a, yeah, no. Yeah, that's fucking bird. The bird is that here. Hold it this. Yeah, you got a camera, but you have one. Yeah, that's him. That's the same thing he did to me. I had to get my own, yeah. Do you have a laptop? That's it. Just download it on your laptop and that's all you need. That's it. Download it that's what I have. I'm up there. That has a mic and yeah, download that. All day. Don't tell anybody about it. Yeah, that's the majority of it.
occupancy detection, people tracking conversation, because it is a little bit controversial around people tracking. On the other hand, you know, everybody's got a smartphone. Everybody uses location-based services outside the building. You know, I track my kids every day to find out where they are. So people are kind of used to being tracked, and whether that's through their GPS or
Hey, Oscar. Hey, Adam.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to begin our next panel in about 5 minutes. Take a seat. We'll get started shortly. Thank you.
And then I think we've also got a closing happy hour on the rooftop. So if you haven't tried out the purple platform, it's phenomenal. Meet me there with your avatar. I'll see you guys in the exhibit hall shortly. And please join us again this afternoon. Thank you so much for this great panel.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Noon. And then I think we've also got a closing happy hour on the rooftop. So if you haven't tried out the purple platform, it's phenomenal. Meet me there with your avatar. I'll see you guys in the exhibit hall shortly. And please join us again this afternoon. Thank you so much for this great panel.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Bye, everybody. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
in building infrastructure. We also have an enterprise division as well that actually sells to the tenants. So we've got Metro fiber footprints in many large metro markets and a lot of small cells and indoor systems for cellular coverage, and partner with some of the folks on the call here. So it's going to be a real interesting call today. So look forward to it.
Great. Thanks, Greg. And Ron Victor.
Hi, thanks, Darlene. Thank you for the opportunity. To speak with all of you. My name is Ron Victor. I am the CEO of AUDITORIUM. We provide converged IT infrastructure as a managed service to the building automation world for data acquisition from building automation systems, lighting control systems, the elevator control systems. We're doing all of that very securely, managing third-party remote access for technicians to come back into the buildings from a cloud-based methodology such that the technician's laptop gets air-gapped. And of course, deploying all kinds of edge applications for smart buildings, digital twins, analytics applications, AI, ML models. Typical customer base, large REITs, large enterprises, entire portfolio, skyscrapers. We've got about 1,200 skyscrapers under contract right now, adding about 150 to 200 every quarter. Thank you, Darlene.
Great. So just to set the foundation for our conversation today, we're going to be talking about the building network. Now, I'm sure all of you are very familiar with networks. We've got enterprise networks, we've got commercial networks, we've got wireless networks, we've got networks all around us. And if you look at a traditional building, most of those networks are independent of each other. There's the HVAC network, the lighting network, the access control network, the enterprise networks, the Wi-Fi networks. So we got all these different networks going on in the buildings. In some cases, conflicting networks. So what we want to talk about today is the value of having a single converged building network, and what that looks like, and what the benefits and the ROI of that type of approach is. So I want to start with Joe. Joe, having been in the industry, as you mentioned, for 30 years, I don't know if that's a unicorn and again, I'm going to put myself in that same bucket because I've been doing this for about 30 years as well. It's either a unicorn or a dinosaur at this point.
Yeah, right.
But talk to us about the evolution that you've seen over the last 30 years from kind of the initial telecom broadband and to in-building wireless to now where we are with smart buildings and fully converged networks. So tell us a little bit about that transformation you've seen.
It's a great point, or a great start point. So, so we really are, at different points during the dot-com bubble and at other points during the past 30 years, there's been a lot of talk about being in a paradigm shift, but we can really truly say that as of now, we actually are in a paradigm shift. In the early days, in the mid 90s, when everybody was still using DOS software, that was technology. The BMS wasn't thought of as technology. It was a thing. It was like a refrigerator. And as you move forward through the mid to late 90s, there was really a move and a thought that maybe we can go into this web-based software. And as we all know, a lot of that crashed and burned, and there were a lot of bodies scattered after the dot-com bust. And that took a while to dig out of from the perception of commercial real estate, because it is such a slow moving, careful moving industry. So we really, what's sort of pushing that forward now is this move from systems that are really, not connected to connection. And we sometimes call that IP or IP addresses that are driving that. Sometimes it's related to bandwidth. But the truth is that every new system that's getting installed upgraded has got some kind of connectivity to the outside world. And so when you see that happening across 30, 35, 40 different types of systems, you really are in a paradigm shift. And that's where we are today, is we're just starting that kind of wave of movement into this connected world.
Yeah, so Jason, from a Nokia standpoint, what have you seen in terms of the evolution of not just systems, but connectivity, data? You know, what have you seen over the last 10 years or so in terms of that evolution?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we've learned a lot in terms of cellular communication, moving from voice to small data systems, you know, to record sensors and everything, to video communications, video being very prevalent today. Obviously, there's been a proliferation of different types of wireless technologies and standards, you know, so from Bluetooth, Zigbee, Wi-Fi, all those other different types of technology. What we've seen now more and more as the cost of cellular technology continues to drop because of the global ubiquity of this technology now. So as we've got to 4G, we can see that standardization has really dropped the cost of this technology overall. And now as we start to move into 5G, we can see some additional capabilities as well that we would never have really thought possible with cellular communication, in terms of the reliability, the security, the amount of connectivity that we can have as well. And now, because we can do a lot of this control functionality, and the way you deploy network systems can be virtualized into the cloud, we can start to simplify these access deployments. So typically you think of, you know, 4G and 5G network, you know, in terms of big communication networks and being very complex to manage. But that's not really the case now. We've got to such a level of maturity in the industry now where we can produce, you know, networks that are just in a box, you know, hosted cloud solutions, networks that are kind of in small access points, you know, small cells that can be installed indoors. So not just like a traditional DAS system, but actually small cellular access points that look like Wi-Fi access points, that physical same form factor, but they're actual cellular networks as well. So you start to get the benefits, the security, the reliability of cellular access technology inside of buildings, and that really does allow you to kind of open up a lot more options in terms of what you're doing inside the business. And then also when you move from building to building as well, so think about like campus type environments as well, and that's very key going forward.
So Greg, from your standpoint, what do you see are kind of the fundamental components of that building network? Like, what are the first things that you would do to kind of start off and start to build that network?
Yeah, it's it's interesting because historically it was copper, then it went to Ethernet or whatever, and then some form of fiber connectivity, Wi-Fi, and now a lot of the systems that you mentioned earlier and what's been talked about on the call here now are embedded with some form of a wireless connectivity, whether that's Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, CBRS, etc. So, but it all comes back to fiber at some point or another. It has to get off the spectrum. The latency issues and other things like that drive all that. But what we've seen lately is in one of the areas where we invest in infrastructure in commercial real estate, primarily as an owner's advocate or a building owner's advocate is, as we're assessing the building and looking at that and having a conversation with the building owner about what all the needs are. And we're looking to put fiber infrastructure in the riser system, and then long-term manage that and monetize that with the building owner and make it available to not only the building owner, but also to anybody who comes in there. And needs connectivity, whether that be to the roof or whether that be to one of the various systems. It's a unified fiber network is what we're looking at. That's very robust, can go vertically and horizontally. And then we also wrap in the rooftop and the meeting room there as well for full connectivity and then out to the street. So what we're seeing is a paradigm shift with regards to COVID reentry and all the new applications that are driving that. But at the same time, a reduction in ways they can reduce their OpEx and maybe have somebody kind of outsource that and manage that entire process with all the different service providers that come into the building. So we have a little bit of a different approach there. But we make that infrastructure available to literally anybody who needs it. We don't build it ourselves. We would partner with a Montgomery or somebody else there to actually install that infrastructure and work with us on a long-term basis. But we would actually go out there and try and monetize that and manage that on behalf of the building owner and work with them for tenant experience, for safety, and addressing all of these things. So that's what we're seeing right now. Is a lot of it is about focusing on re-entry, all new kinds of platforms that we never thought about before. Touchless, etc.
So I think one of the things I'm hearing in common, there may be a lot of different networks in the building. You've got your communications network, you've got your enterprise, your corporate networks. You've also got your building networks. And so, Ron, why don't we talk a little bit about, I know you like to talk about IT versus OT. And, in terms of creating a single converged building network, it's really taking traditional operational technologies and putting an IT overlay on that. And it's a little bit different when you talk about a paradigm shift. It's a huge paradigm shift from traditional building operations into kind of that IT overlay. So talk to us a little bit about the IT versus OT, or in this instance, maybe IT plus OT, and why is that important in terms of looking at putting together a converged building network?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, let's make it IT with OT, right? I mean, the IT versus OT has to somehow blend and become IT with OT. And that's what we've been focused on for 5.5 years. Darlene, we brought a bunch of folks out of Cisco, Juniper, Qualcomm, Wind River, and SafeNet, who didn't know what BACnet meant. And we said, wait a minute, we're going to solve that problem of bringing a converged network into a building, and with 3 fundamental philosophies, right? If you look at it, the number 1 is security, cyber. If the building is going to be connected, how do you protect all the assets in the building with a single pane of glass, make sure nothing is visible on showdown, make sure the access is limited to them that need access. Technician laptops are air gapped so that they don't I mean, you never know. One thing all of us can never protect is somebody clicking on a phishing or a malware attack. So you never want a technician's laptop to touch your building network. Along with that comes what Greg just mentioned and what you mentioned about all the return to work applications, digital twins, etc. When you're bringing all of this together, you can't afford to have in a building 100 gateways from 100 different software providers. This is my gateway for counting people. This is my gateway for temperature monitoring. This is my gateway for filtering. You need a single substrate, which is a single edge computer, completely patch managed and secure, with all of these applications being run as containers, completely orchestrated from the cloud. And so what that means is now from security, you now go to future proofing. I can deploy any application from any vendor at any time, take data anywhere. All whether my network is converged or not converged, whether I've segmented or not segmented. And the overlay you mentioned allows you to segment networks, right? Even if you have it would be in the ideal world, right? The ideal world is let's put a complete separate operation technology network. Great. Most likely the CFO is going to cancel that and say nothing doing. I don't have the budget for that. So now you got to use what you got and use overlay technologies to segment it. The last thing in this I would like to point out is, okay, so we're going to do all this great stuff. Now you got to make it very easily deployable. The deployment complexity has to go away if you're going to have large IT teams, go in planes, trains, and automobiles to buildings to configure, maintain, manage all of these networks. It's an absolute, the OpEx is horrendous. So you need to figure out these things, deployment complexity, security, virtualization for future-proofing edge compute. And if you have the budget for a complete isolated building network, more power to you. Wonderful. But if not, there are virtualization and segmentation and overlay technologies today that can provide you that same kind of segmented functionality to be able to allow you to do that. And it's very critical to do it.
So let's take a couple steps back, because I think when you start looking at the architecture and all the different devices and systems and data and cloud and everything that goes together to make this work, it gets really complicated. So let's kind of take it back to a business standpoint and talk about use cases first. What are the use cases for converged network? And so, Jason, I'm going to start with you. What are some of the use cases that Nokia supports by having that network in the building?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. We've been looking at a lot of activities in terms of looking at building sensor-based systems as well. So we have a centralized, again, like kind of from a device management perspective. So not just thinking about managing the people's devices actually within the building itself, but the infrastructure within the building. So temperature sensors, exactly, door sensors, all those types of things, going back to a centralized management platform that supports all those different types of device capabilities with the right APIs that you can call on for those different specific types of applications. So that's our impact platform. The other thing as well is we're doing more advanced work, because obviously once you actually start to deploy a cellular-based system, particularly kind of on campus networks as well, whether it's inside the building or external as well. Right now, kind of with the current COVID pandemic, we do video analytics solutions as well for personnel temperature detection, mass detection, wearing, and hazard safety protection as well. So we can do a lot of work in terms of either physical building sensors or and security control systems for those physical premises, as well as video detection analysis as well for personnel safety as well, and those types of activities.
So in terms of, we've heard a lot about IoT and all these devices that are sending information. And so it's fundamental to have that network there to be able to support all those IoT devices so that we can get the data from point A to point B. So
yeah.
Joe, from your standpoint, then, what are some other use cases that need to be supported over that network?
So it's interesting right now, at scale, we are managing and monitoring about 35 to 40 different types of building systems. Everybody's familiar with the BMS, BAS, the lighting control, security systems, access control. Those are all the ones that everybody has in their minds. But what you're seeing now is leak detection, touchless tech, being able to enter seamlessly without touching anything from the entrance all the way to your suite. We're seeing things like trash compactors, things like health scanners. There are so many other pieces, other devices that require some type of connectivity to the network. And that's what I'd say is sometimes if you don't really realize that you're in this paradigm shift, operationally, we're very linear in the way we approach things. We've got a problem, we find a cost-effective solution. That's the typical path of solving something in a building. I have this, I need to solve it, I need to do it in a budget. And so I do it. But in this particular case, there's a more fundamental foundational aspect to it. If you don't get the network under control, if you don't have a dedicated building network, what you're going to end up with over time is piecemeal catch as catch can connectivity. We've gone into quite literally hundreds of buildings to do assessments. And you see, some systems connected to the corporate IT network, some connected to a central network, some connected just straight out to the internet with port 80 open, totally unsecure. And those all can be in the same building. And so if that's your start point, your foundation, you really are not in a position to sort of move with this shift that's going to happen over the next 5 to 7 years. You're in a sort of poor position that you're going to have to address it at some point. So we recognized 10 years ago there was this gap, and a lot of people call it the OT gap, where corporate IT sort of stops at the PMO, and then on the other side, you sort of have engineers who are more equipment focused. But there's really this need to monitor and manage and architect an enterprise class network. That, I might add, is budget friendly. And we worked really hard in the early years to really boil down from a procedural and process standpoint to get a dedicated building network that can be implemented, not all at once and not with a big CapEx number, but in a sort of phased approach, putting people on a path to centralization. And the way you do that is you really have to architect it a certain way, and then it's modular. so that you can start with a need and solve for that need. And then as budgets allow over the subsequent years, over subsequent budget years, you can expand that and migrate systems onto it. And that's really, you have to do it that way if you're going to end with an enterprise class network that is actually delivering 99.9999% uptime. It has to be done a certain way, or your foundational underpinning is just not there, and you can't. You know, the path to a smart building is the same. The path to 5G is the same. It's the centralized infrastructure.
Yeah. Well, and again, I think there's a lot of different networks. There's all the building networks. There's all the enterprise networks. There's the communications networks. So Greg, from your standpoint, let's talk about some of the use cases you see, you know, specifically from the communications network, with the proliferation of mobile apps and the upcoming 5G, and people want more and more data, more and more connectivity. So what are the primary use cases that you see the requirement for this building network to support?
Well, I think, you know, it's still early on. So, well, let me take a step back. We're really at the physical layer, right? We're a builder and operator of, you know, wireless networks and fiber infrastructure inside real estate. So that part of our business. So from a use case perspective, on the commercial real estate side, with the advent of COVID, I think a lot of building owners are looking at ways to deploy some of these platforms that are touchless. There's latency related needs as well. So from private LTE perspective, you know, I think that's going to evolve. There's not a lot of use cases right now that drive that within a commercial real estate building. At least we're seeing it more in industrial. We're seeing it in healthcare. We're seeing it in sports and entertainment from a private LTE perspective. On the 4G, 5G, you know, 5G is going to come into the buildings. We're starting to you know, have conversations with regards to use cases with regards to hubbing, you know, for the mobile network operators who actually would need to aggregate traffic either in the building or outside the building for small cells. But so those things are evolving evolving, and right now it's more of they still need to make a phone call, you know, and that's 4G. But as handsets and everything else come out with 5G, the applications start to come out that are more wireless driven, with needing space, you know, and needing more connectivity and more mobile operating, you know, practices within the workspace itself. That's gonna continue to escalate up as 5G moves into those buildings. But the other use case we see when we come into a building from an infrastructure perspective is, you know, we manage all of the service providers that come into the building, all on the rooftop. Who come into the meeting room to serve the tenants. And so from the building owner's perspective, the other use cases are, you know, how do I lower my OpEx? I don't want to have to deal with all of this stuff. How do I increase my net operating income? How do I monetize the assets I have? But at the same time, so that's an important part that we play in that long term. We partner and we invest, we use our own capital times. But to, you know, Joe's point earlier, there is what we're seeing now is, and we need to push more, is everybody needs to come to the table that brings their own
All right, you guys are good to go.
Great. Good afternoon and welcome to the Connected Virtual Tech event. Our panel this afternoon is on the next big things in digital workplace and integrated mobile apps. And we've got a phenomenal panel. Looking forward to the conversation this afternoon. So the first thing I want to do is allow each of our panelists to give just a brief introduction of who you are and what you do. We've got Phil Kirshner, Sagar Morabia, Ben Grippy, and Erica Eaton. So Erica, why don't we kick off with you?
Great. Thanks so much, Darlene, and thanks for having me. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, depending upon where you're dialing in from. My name is Erica Eaton. I'm the CEO at Comfy. Comfy is a workplace technology platform centered around connecting with the historically disparate technologies, systems, and tools that employees and workplace managers use to create fantastic workplace experience and drive optimization across their real estate portfolio. So I'm a pleasure to be speaking with everyone today.
Great, thanks, Erica. Sagar.
Thanks, Darlene. Hi, I'm Sagar Morabia with Yardi. Yardi is a real estate property management and investment management technology software provider. We have been in the business for approximately 4 decades now. So it's really great having that background and being able to speak about the real estate and technology today. I've been with Yardi for over 13 years now, and in my role as a director of global solutions, I focus on commercial and corporate suite of products. So I oversee several products and services teams that helps our clients globally to design and implement the right products and solution to help scale their real estate strategy.
Great. And Phil is an independent consultant now, but former colleague of mine from both JLL and WeWork. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing now.
Yes, hi everyone. So as Darlene said, I am formerly of WeWork and JLL, but I really cut my teeth as a workplace strategist while working at Credit Suisse for many years. Was part of a program there to develop a full mobility workplace environment that came with a lot of explorations around how to incorporate technology to enable that kind of thing. My background is actually in technology, so become fast friends with people like my panelists here and the whole sort of prop tech and workplace tech industry. Then was a consultant at JLL in the workplace consulting team and founded the workplace strategy practice at WeWork, which was a wild ride to say nonetheless. So here to bring the occupier perspective, I think, to the conversation.
Great, thanks, Phil. And Ben.
Thanks, Darlene. Ben Grippy with MetLife Investment Management. I lead innovation for the MetLife real estate team. We have a pretty wide platform, nearly 100 billion in AUM. Our focus primarily is on the equity side of the house, where there's a lot more ability to make decisions around innovation and technology. That platform is about 30 billion. Every asset sector, all large ones, including hospitality, are included. I've been with real estate about 4 years. I've been with MetLife for 14. The prior 10 years of my career I spent leading the quantitative risk program for MetLife Investments.
Great. And one of the things I always like to do when we kick off a conversation is define your terms. So with that, we're going to define what is a digital workplace. And Ben, I'm going to start with you. From your perspective, what is a digital workplace?
Oh, so for me, digital workplace really revolves around occupant experience. To me, having a seamless, connected feeling with your built world as an occupant of any space, whether it's multifamily office or otherwise, defines digital for me. Now, obviously, there are elements of that that have to do specifically with mobile, having connectivity between your mobile platforms and whatever's happening in your built world, I think is really important. But I think more broadly than that, there are systems and connectivity in whatever space you're in that should be seamless to you that define digital.
Great. So Erica, from your perspective, tell us a little bit about what you consider a digital workplace. I know you kind of got the roots with Comfy and temperature control, but expanded way beyond that now. So tell us about what you're doing in digital workplace.
Yeah, no, it certainly has expanded since our origins. And so, I think one of the words that Ben just mentioned, connected, right? So I think looking to connect across a lot of different, again, systems, whether those be more IT based or more actual physical technology. And I think, I think a lot about how we can use that connectedness to support short-term and long-term goals and multiple stakeholders. Ben was just talking about occupant experience. Or again, for Comfy's consideration, it's usually employee experience, but we're also thinking about stakeholders like HR managers, real estate managers, and how all of that integrated technology can support multiple use cases in the short term and the long term.
So Sagar, I mean, you already kind of traditionally financial real estate software. So tell us about your expansion into digital workplace and what digital workplace means to you.
Absolutely. And I think, Ben and Erica both, hit the right points, but I've also seen like an experience with speaking to our customers and our experience with implementing these solutions. As soon as we hear that term, our thoughts go towards these futuristic workplaces with AI and bots and people roaming around with VR headsets, right? The truth is that digital is already here and it's been here for a while, right? It's just that the landscape is very different across these organizations. So, it means different thing for different organizations. So in my opinion, if I had to summarize in one statement, I would say it's about striking the right balance between people experience and technology.
Mm-hmm. So Phil, kind of walk us through the evolution then. I know you've been in workplace strategy for a very long time and over the last 10 to 15 years, it's transformed tremendously from kind of the old manual processes to a very data-driven type of approach. So tell us a little bit about that evolution and where you see digital workplace today. Keep mics on, mics off.
There you go.
There you go.
That problem number one with digital workplace, mute button. I think my definition of digital workplace generally is very consistent with what everyone has said. I think to Sagar's last point, it's about kind of parity in the experience between physical and digital, especially as companies are leaning more into an activated workplace to be more magnetic for staff, like coming back in, seamlessly supporting their individual and team productivity with technology as much as possible. And then Ben, I think you hinted at this concept of like pervasive awareness of what's around you. And that could be available resources, it could be what other people are working on or opportunities to help or how to control the temperature. But we all want this sort of sixth sense of how to engage with the workplace, and technology is certainly going to enable that. So to the question of like how workplace strategy has evolved, really it's that not that many years ago, and for many companies now, the concept of having a strategy about the role that the physical environment plays for your employees is still new. Like most companies, if you ask like, why do you have an office in Chicago? The answer might be because I have people in Chicago, which is not really that great an answer. It's not that intentional about the purpose of the place. So companies that have explored new ways of working over the last, say, 10, 15 years have been forced down the path of learning by data. And Darlene, to your point, it has been mostly manual, but that's been mostly fine. Starting with like traditional surveys or physical observation studies. And I think we have a long way to go to offering more real-time, like pulse-oriented information about the comings and goings of staff, what they feel like, the choices that they're making, the depth of their engagement with individual tools, and bringing techniques that, frankly, a lot of companies do for their customer experience to their employee experience and the role that the place has and how they feel about working for that company.
Mm-hmm. So Erica, let's talk about some of the applications of a digital workplace, because we've gone from very old school bricks and mortar, light switches, and everything's manual to, everything controlled by mobile apps. And we're in a workplace environment now where you can literally book a room by walking into it, right? So, some mind-blowing experiences. So talk to us a little bit about what you see are the next big things, or the, not even the next big things, but what are the current things and the applications that you're seeing in digital workplace that you would consider kind of that mind-blowing experience?
Yeah, well, I think, as Phil was just talking about, we've seen a lot of trends that were already happening within the industry accelerated due to just what's been going on in the world in the last, 6 to 8 months. So, I know we don't want to center a lot of this conversation around COVID, and we shouldn't, because I think it's really just an accelerant to, again, trends that we were seeing. But some of the key use cases that we're supporting our enterprise clients with are, first and foremost, right, how do you safely bring employees back to the office space, but really support what will be the new model of working. So right now, I think, the must-have use cases are around compliance management and capacity management. So how are we enabling really, sites all across the world who have wildly different regulatory, compliance models that need to be followed? How are we sort of creating global platforms that can support hyper local instances? And so I think that's one where, again, sort of this right sizing of giving employees the trust and the confidence that it is safe to return. There's a lot of use cases around that, from, again, capacity management to mobile boarding passes to seamless entry that's triggered actually by those mobile boarding passes to affirm that I have a reserved space for today. And then I think that leads into the more engagement within the physical workspace. So like you said, designated space specifically for me, and understanding in a much more hybrid working model. Are the people I need to collaborate with today, are they in the office? Are they working from a more site or satellite office today? And how do we begin to drive more collaboration and culture, which so many organizations, while we've maintained productivity in a predominantly work from home environment, we've seen, negative sides around culture, around collaboration. How can we use digital technologies to really, create more of that? And so we're seeing use cases around, again, physically booking space, collaborating and aligning employees around that being top of mind for our enterprise clients.
So Ben, I automatically associate digital workplace with data, right? So there's a tremendous amount of data that's coming out of our buildings, from, anything from operations data to space management, occupancy data to employee experience and productivity type of data. So from your perspective, what are the top data sets that you think are critical to having a digital workplace?
Yeah, I think Erica really hit the nail on the head. For me, it's occupancy. I mean, from the landlord perspective, the verticals that we've been most, in tune with, really post-COVID, but to Erica, to your point, it's really an accelerant of things we were doing prior to COVID. It was around tenant engagement, right? Tenant engagement applications, the HVAC side of the house, which could have everything to do with how you optimize systems, but also how you measure occupancy as the other side of that equation, and then and access management. And if you talk about data, each of those verticals has wildly different data models that you need to incorporate and then consolidate. And maybe that's in a database, maybe that's in the cloud. It's a really challenging landscape for an owner because, 5 years ago, our data model was financials and rent rolls and building information, and that's in the wheelhouse of a Yardi, right? Things that they're quite good at. But now you're trying to consolidate operational data, OT stuff, right? And really maximize that across a portfolio. It's a difficult proposition, and I would say that it's also it lends itself also to risk, because there's quite a bit of data that you would consider consuming that is of a higher order of magnitude of impact to the person you're consuming it from, right? So where someone is in the building, their mobile beacon, maybe information from their mobile phone, for instance. If you think about how COVID has impacted the way we utilize access management controls, there are a number of tools that you could use to check people's temperatures, and other sort of health-related metrics that an owner would never have had even considered consuming or otherwise having in their building. And so it becomes a really complicated landscape to navigate.
So Sagar, let's talk a little bit more about the data, because it's one thing to collect data. It's another thing to aggregate it and try to correlate multiple data streams. So from a Yardi perspective, you guys are collecting a lot of data from a lot of different places. So how do we start to pull that together and look at the correlation of things like occupancy and CO2 levels, or occupancy and energy consumption, or occupancy and BMS operations? So let's talk a little bit about not just bringing that data in, but correlating it and integrating it, and some of the value behind that level of integration.
That's a great question, Darlene, and I'm glad you asked it. The typical perception is that Yardi is a property management platform, and we have the data around the financials and the rent rolls, but then we have a suite of products which we implement for our clients that addresses all these questions across a spectrum, right? So from a data standpoint, when what's clear to me is that the concept of digital workplace evolves over time, right? And we should be very deliberate and conscious about it. So when I think about the top data sets, it's all about how do we deliver measurable returns, is the key, whether it's increased efficiency and productivity, reducing security and health risks, right? Because of COVID, now all of that is right in front of us. Enhanced level of employee engagement and satisfaction, and then cost, resource, and time savings. So, Darlene, when you said bringing all of this together, with Yardi Quorum, our suite for corporate occupiers, we are addressing the space management, the occupancy, the cost, aspect of the problem here. And then with our Pulse Energy solution, we are addressing the HVAC automating, the AI enabled optimization workflows, and understanding your energy spend, understanding your real estate expenses, understanding your occupancy, and bringing it all together with your financials is the power that Yardi platform can deliver because of that single stack end-to-end solution for corporate occupiers.
So that's really looking at digital workplace from kind of a unified data collection and reporting platform, right? So Phil, for you then, let's talk a little bit about the human element, because there's one thing to talk about the technology and the capabilities of the technology, but what impact does that technology have on the people? And I'll specifically kick off with something like occupancy detection and tracking, and nobody likes to be tracked kind of thing. So talk a little bit about some of the technologies that you're seeing in the workplace and how they impact the occupant experience.
Sure. So just to tie it back to the data question, everybody wants to talk about occupancy. The thing I'm most interested in is voluntary occupancy. That's like the holy grail right now. When did I come in even though I didn't have to? Especially as you get into things, again, I mentioned activated workplaces, having events or other things that are deliberately designed to bring people in. The the thing everybody's going to want to know is, did you go to that thing even when you didn't have to? So that goes to your point, Darlene, that like occupancy is the holy grail, utilization is the holy grail. That somebody walk in, how many people were there, where were they, how are they moving about? And we're perfectly comfortable sort of disclosing that information in our normal lives. Like, as you said, bring up the phone. Like, my house is 10 times smarter than any office I've ever worked in. And we routinely trade our privacy for experience in the real world, but our office almost never has any case to make to allow us to make that trade. And most companies start down the path of like looking at badge data, or maybe we'll bring in some kind of occupancy sensor under the desk. And there are now countless famous examples of companies who have thought that they could do that without engaging the employee into the problem. And then surprise, surprise, they don't like that. We don't like being tracked. And any employee who's ever heard, like, I'm putting in sensors to help your experience in an existing workplace, you know, calls bull immediately. And it's like, no, you want to know how many of us are here. And even though the sensor's not, you know, doesn't know who I am, the sensor's on the desk that has my name on it, so you know who I am. But on the flip side, like when I was at Credit Suisse, there was a period of time we were doing kind of switch-based and login-driven tracking based on virtual desktop terminals in a shared environment. So you had to sit down at a computer, and we were capturing where were you logging in. And the users on those floors, even though we weren't publishing the information that way, they knew full well that, you know, people like myself on the team could go back and find a name. And this was before GDPR, and obviously it's had to evolve now since I've left, but they were totally okay with it actually over time, on the basis that it was well understood that if someone was experiencing, especially like a crowding on a floor, a huge floor, or a building that's totally shared where people can move around at their own volition, if they came in one day and said, why is this part of the building twice as crowded as it's been in the last 3 months, that they could approach someone on the real estate team and be like, help me like review the tape. What happened? Did someone new move to the building? Did someone just decide to change neighborhoods? Like, what was it? So because we could do that, and they knew that it was like, we're here to not make you miserable, they're okay knowing that we were tracking, because under normal circumstances, I had no reason to be looking at.
Right. Well, even now it's kind of a catch-22, because on the one hand, people want de-densification and they want to be able to have contact tracing if someone came into contact with them that had COVID, but yet they don't want to give up the data on where I am and if I have COVID. So you got to try to balance the two. So Erica, what are you seeing in the market in terms of the adoption of a lot of digital workplace technologies versus the human element of, do we like this, do we not?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question. And I think Phil framed it exactly right. Like in all of our consumer lives, we give up data because we have perceived benefit from it, right? I'm able to more seamlessly pay for things. I'm able to get exactly what I want delivered to my doorstep, you know, whatever it might be. And I think we, as you know, vendors within this marketplace, and as enterprise corporations look to provide value and experience to their employees, they need to be constantly sort of keeping that consumer bar in mind. And so, you know, when we think about using occupancy information, I think there's a couple really important things. One, you have to be really clear about what data you are collecting and how it's being put to use. And so, you know, that's really important, data privacy, and making sure that that's really clear to your end users. But I think, you know, Comfy end users begin to understand the value that it can create, right? Where again, they can understand what spaces are available to them to make sure that impromptu meetings, again, finding coworkers, knowing, am I going to have to wait 15 minutes in the cafeteria? Maybe I don't want to go right now. These are all real live use cases that can be implemented using data. But I think again, making that one thing that we just probably as an industry haven't done great enough is just explaining that very, in basic terms to our employees about why this data is valuable to them and how we're being really transparent and safe in how we're using data. And so I think that's one thing. And I think using opt-in models, which Comfy does, right? So I think we might have mentioned earlier around beacons, there's all these technologies require extra layers of opt-in for end users to use. And those are really important. And if I can make one more comment before we transition just on the data, because I think it's really important, is, I think, Bill, you were talking about voluntary occupancy. I think another thing that's absolutely critical that digital tools can be and should be using right now is sentiment data. How can we be getting more information about how employees are actually experiencing the space and why? So it's not just enough to know that I showed up and I didn't have to, but why did I do that? What was I seeking? And then how do we as providers start to create more real-time feedback and implement that into how we're designing space and how we're operating space or programming?
Hey, Darlene, really quickly, I want to address that point because I think there's the other lens to look at that through is appropriate allocation of capital, right? So what you just described is the human experience and how well that person in that space is connected and feels comfortable and safe, and et cetera. The other thing that you can draw back from all those analytics is how well have you deployed the capital to your space, right? Especially in the future, I think where Erica was going is in the future when you want to know where people are going to be, whether it be hub and spoke or work from home mix, all this stuff, you're going to have to deploy capital to make that happen. And the analytics behind that capital will make it easy for you to make good bets in your buildings rather than deploy capital that is unutilized.
Well,
just
Phil,
comment super fast on that. Like, just there is. I find myself saying a lot of clients, like, there's a danger in overuse of the word capital, which is very common in real estate because experience is a labor of OpEx and not CapEx. Obviously, like, you have to spend the CapEx on the building and the tech, but the thing that draws people in and keeps them there very often isn't the stuff you spent your CapEx on. It's your continued, voluntary and discretionary spend on making it not suck to be at work.
Yeah, can we quote you on that?
Yes,
one of the things
please.
that I do want to talk about, and Phil, you mentioned, your house is 10 times more smarter than your office, and my house is the same way, fully automated, voice activation. You tell Alexa turn on lights and lock doors, and feed my dog, and things just happen around you, and you're used to that. But then we go to the office, and we have none of that. It all kind of goes away as soon as you step over the threshold into the office. So, Ben, one of the things I want to ask you, about creating this seamless experience from home to office, right? And especially now when so many more people are working from home, how do we create that better transition to get them back to the office and really give them more of the amenities in the building that they have, that they're used to in their homes?
I think what underpins that is the right tenant engagement application, the right tenant engagement experience. And there are a handful of them out there. There's Lane, there's HQO, there's a whole bunch of them that you can deploy to your building. And they span different occupants, obviously, for the whole building stack. I think the reason that those apps are going to become really important is there's going to be some amount of connectivity and integration between those apps and the occupant apps, which are being rolled out as we speak, right, to bring people back to work. And the core of those apps, to be totally frank about, data privacy and people giving away their data, the core of that app is so that the employer can know how healthy you are, right? That's the bottom line. You're going to say, today I feel really good. I didn't travel in the last 2 weeks and I'm on my way to work. And they're going to utilize that information to make sure that the workplace is safe, that you're not sick in any way. And they're going to utilize that information to figure out where you would like to be and where you're going to be most productive. But I think there's an element of integration that's going to happen between those applications, which are disparate, right? That you could have office stack with 30 different occupants, all with different, health applications, which to your point, Darlene, might have contact tracing elements as well. And you're going to have the wrapper of that building, which is the owner's problem, so that everybody who goes there on a given day can use amenities and services and can be communicated to about things like how congested are the elevators, for instance. And I think that in the future state is the home run. Like, that's the holy grail from a landlord's perspective, is integrating the occupant experience between their employer and the building itself, the built world, so that they feel a seamless transition from their home into the workplace.
Well, I recall, I mean, when I was at JLL District Center, MetLife's District Center in DC was one of our biggest projects. And even back then, that was probably 3-4 years ago, one of the first technologies we deployed there was a mobile app that would open the door, right? So now you're looking at touchless technologies. Nobody wants to touch a door handle. Nobody wants to push a button in an elevator because that's just gross. And even if we have a vaccine, people aren't going to want to touch the same thing that other people have been touching. So Erica, from that standpoint, what is Comfy thinking about? Because I know that you've got, an app for this, an app for that kind of thing. What's on your roadmap in terms of supporting more touchless technologies or more digital workplace apps?
Yeah, Darlene, you're absolutely right. And we're seeing all of the same trends kind of within across our customer base, I should say. And so, the way that we think about it at Comfy is thinking about kind of key workflows that tenants, and employees have throughout their day. So like we said, even leaving their home in the morning, right? How are they looking to see who's working in the office today versus working from home? How do they ensure that they have a physical space? So getting that mobile boarding pass. Then again, what's a workflow once they're actually entering? So we're seeing a lot of demand for touchless experience, like you meant. So elevator lobbies, access control, temperature and lighting control, deploying things like kiosks. So once I'm physically there without having to touch anything, I can get a very quick kind of purview into where are people, what spaces are available, and where might it be best for me to book my space for the day. So we really think about those workflows from safe entering the building, finding the right space for them, and engaging with the physical environment through touchless experience, and are delivering actually a lot of that value to customers already today.
So Sagar, we've talked a lot about data and data privacy, and I think this is probably a good time to bring in IoT, because we talked a little bit about sensors, but there's so many different things that are being connected in the buildings that are collecting data and sending data. So talk to us a little bit about kind of balancing technology, people, and privacy, and how do you do that effectively?
Absolutely. And so, I totally agree with Erica and Ben, and, I think it's a continuation of the seamless experience that Ben just mentioned. So when I think about, what we have done for our clients, it broadly falls into two buckets, and it's employee experience and then space management, real estate management, building management, portfolio management, whatever you want to call it. Employee experience is everything that Erica just mentioned, including this new flavor that has been added since March because of COVID, where the focus on health and COVID surveys and being able to check in is important. But I think what we are also focusing on is, once we are all back to work and COVID is in the past, what are the technologies that are going to stick, that are going to stay with us, and how it's becoming a permanent thing for all the employees going forward. So reserving the desk and having that flexibility is the key word here, where I think there was a recent survey where a lot of these office employees were surveyed, and it seems like over 60% of the employees expect to have the flexibility to be able to work from home for some portion of the week, right? And then very few said we want to go back to office full time, and then very few said we want to be fully remote full time. So there is that balance, and so when you think about changing occupancy levels more dynamically than it was before. The tech, when it comes to your HVAC systems and how it's intelligently understanding your occupancy and reducing the levels of energy that is being spent is like one important factor, right? Because that's one of the single largest expense for any occupant or any building owner at any given point in time. There are all these IoT related solutions that have come up due to COVID, where when you are entering a building, it automatically does a temperature check for you and make sure that you are healthy, right? So I don't know if that's going to be something that's going to be long term, short term. It all depends. But at Yardi, we are in that privileged position where, because of our history with all these building owners and landlords and providing software to them for last 4 decades, we can create that seamless experience from the landlord tech to the occupier tech, and give them this experience across their IoT usage, their occupancy usage, their employee experience.
Mhm. Well, I think that's a good segue also, because there's a lot of different types of real estate verticals, right? You've got your corporate owner occupiers, you've got your investment owners who are dealing with 20, 30, 40 tenants in a building, and they've all got different priorities and things like that. So Ben, from a MetLife standpoint, I mean, you've got to balance digital workplace solutions for many, many different tenants. So what are you seeing are kind of the primary applications that you can deploy as the building owner, the asset management company, versus the technologies that are really more the workplace and the tenant technologies?
Oh yeah, I mean that's good. It's a good segue. I would say we certainly we try to maintain the occupant experience up until like the elevator banks, right? So they go to their suite, and then from then on, it's sort of your employer maintains your experience within your suite, within your space. There's a lot to that, right? So I kind of touched on this, but with what's happened with COVID, a great example of occupant experience change is around high-rise office, right? CBD high-rise office, where the return to work story is difficult in markets where you have a lot of high-rise office because you can't put enough people in the elevators anymore to get them efficiently up into their floors. So what you find is you put 4 people in an elevator bank maybe, and it takes 4 hours to get your workforce all the way up to the upper floors of the building, which basically means there's no point in putting everybody back in the building. You're wasting too much time. So if you're the owner and you can create a value prop for all those tenants to say, okay, your office team is going to show up at the building. You're going to have a highly connected experience in my lobby, in my common areas before you go up to your suite. You're also going to have an application that's going to tell you in advance, what does the volume of the elevators look like? Is it really busy? Is it not busy? Is it an hour wait? And you'll have the potential to book a space on an elevator before you get there, so that you can efficiently manage your time before you go to your office. Now, all of that requires the underpinning of a real technology architecture that does not exist for most buildings. The majority of buildings do not have that technology architecture to do that. But that's, to me, the future of the office worker needs to be that. And I think, Erica, you touched on this too. It's not just, riding an elevator. It's going to the right space, right? Who's there, when, because it's all going to be collaboration and culture from now on. It's not going to be desk work. Desk work you're going to do at home. And that piece of it, if you can enable that with technology, is going to make the workforce so much more efficient and productive.
Mm-hmm. So Phil, talk a little bit about how you see technology transforming workplace strategy. And by that, I mean, I know we kind of use traditional methods to do occupancy planning, to do workplace strategy, but if we've got real-time data, we get to a point where we can start to predict what's going to happen tomorrow. Where do you see technology being able to literally do things like dynamically do restacking plans, or only open half of a building because We know that on Fridays we're at 40% occupancy. So how does this digital workplace and all of this data and this technology completely transform the way that we're going to do occupancy planning and workplace strategy in the future?
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. I actually said a few times last week to a few different people the same version or different versions of the same thing, which was just like, yeah, that's great, but imagine how you would do it if you didn't have an actual like space planner. Like, imagine that the space planner isn't there. How would you do it? What are the sort of advanced analytics and machine learning and AI that you would bring to the equation? And frankly, like the technology is there now. There are applications on the market that could do, in theory, daily hypothetical scenario planning and restats for you. Like that's commercially available, but we don't like that. Like all of them are operating under the basis that like humans are totally okay showing up to an office and being nudged to go somewhere. Again, like we do this in other elements of our life. We show up for a rental car and someone's like, your car is number 5, where you had no idea what you were going to get into. We show up to conference centers and say, hey, I'm here for like the marketing meeting, and they're like, great, you're in the whatever room. We don't need a complete predictability as long as we know on the other end of that the service is going to be what we expect. So the only thing holding us back has been like paper and managers. And the manager problem hopefully is being solved a little bit by COVID, and at least we're all having the same uniform experience of shockingly the company has not burst into flames just because we're all working at home. But like stuff is still real. People are still creatures of habit. We're not accustomed to showing up in the office. It's like a temporal experience. And then that says nothing of the fact that the facility is not necessarily smart enough to handle the most extreme version of that, of like, the building, and telling you, the marketing team, go to the 3rd floor today, and I've shut down the 4th floor. I've rebooked all your meetings. I've told all your people where to go. And the answer there is going to lie in what everyone has sort of hinted at, that like today there's the tenant experience business and the employee experience business. And for all that to happen, it's got to be the same thing.
Right. No, great point.
Just like we're trying to convince employees of our companies, like, give me your data, trust me so that I can deliver an experience to you. The same equation exists for the landlord to the tenant. Like tenants don't like giving up their stuff or allowing the landlord to pierce into their demised suite or floor, because they're like, there isn't enough value for me to let you do that, to overcome the potential risks. But in like co-working and service office environments, we effectively do that today, right? So the case exists, but it's change management across the board to like knock down all those lines and let people allow the space to move as fluidly as we know the technology can.
Right. That's a great point. So Erica, we're talking, future digital twins, where we've got a digital representation of a building. So I think we can't have a conversation about digital workplace without talking about digital twins. And even when you're looking at this purple platform that we're using for this conference, creating an avatar and walking through a digital conference in a digital world and running into people digitally as if it's the same experience. Let's talk a little bit about, what are your plans? What's on the roadmap for Comfy, or even what are you doing now that's creating kind of that digital twin, that digital workplace, that kind of AI type of environment?
Well, I think and just to even piggyback, I think a little bit on what Phil was talking about, I think we're at a very interesting time. I think not just for all the technology that you were just mentioning that's already readily available, that we're seeing new use cases, but some of these incentive alignments, right? Because I think what Phil was just talking about is super interesting, where I think, we talked earlier about the trade-offs of privacy, but I think to the human behavior side of it, we now have, incentives and trade-offs that employees are willing to make to break the norm, right? Where the fact that I get to work from home 2 or 3 days a week means I'm probably going to be more comfortable with a more flexible work environment. And a manager who's now proven that, my team can work productively, but I can maybe have a more distributed team to get better talent acquisition, I'm going to be more comfortable breaking a lot of these norms. And So I think we're starting to see a lot of these trade-offs start to align, that now the underlying technology that we are seeing, whether it be digital twins, whether it be sort of all of the integrations that we talked about at the outside of this call, starts to create really interesting use cases where technology applications can start just to really take off. And so I think, Phil, what you brought up around behavior nudges is actually very, very interesting. And that's where Comfy is actually uniquely kind of talking with customers, because as we see the business case for space optimization, right, where we're seeing time and again, over 60%, I think on our last survey that we did internally at Comfy, we saw over 75% of our customers and prospects interested in moving to a much more distributed workplace where they're reducing space between 30 to 40% across their portfolio. But for them to be able to achieve that, we still need peak occupancy management, right? So I can't just say everybody's going to work from home 2 to 3 days a week if everybody still comes in on Wednesday, right? I can't realize those space reductions. And so I think the notion of behavior nudges and engaging the employee in this process is absolutely key. And so having physical representations that can rapidly iterate on what future space models will be enabled through digital twin is going to be pivotal to that, but so is engaging the employee.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say, sorry, I had companies are terrified of peak occupancy, and I think they have to not be. All the fun happens with peak occupancy. You
Well, but even now, peak occupancy is 50% of what it used to be, right? So now, people are terrified of peak occupancy, unfortunately. And I think people are craving that human experience, even that we get over Zoom or that we get out of virtual interactive avatar conferences, So I think you have to kind of balance what are the primary drivers, and it used to be human interaction, and now it's people are afraid of that, quite frankly. But so Sagar, let's go back. Let's talk a little bit more about the digital twin model, because obviously to have a digital twin, a representation of the building or the space, you've got to have a tremendous amount of data. So is Yardi doing anything in that area with digital twin or AI?
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be starting our next panel in 8 minutes. So if you want to get up, stretch your legs, walk around, get some mileage up on your Fitbit. We'll be starting up again in 8 minutes. Thank you.
What's up, bud? I was on this virtual event while driving. And that's with the tablet on. This is nuts. I accidentally went on stage. How do you come privately? It's not hard to do. Huh? Come again? Say that again. Did you see me standing in front of you after the event? Can you hear me? Maybe. I was driving, so it's hard to say. You're driving? Yes, Simba. Where are you going? Hmm.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be starting shortly.
Silence is deafening. Very true. Peter, we good?
Second. You are live.
Hello, my name is Ken Rabin. I'm Senior Principal Analyst at Omdia, covering critical communications that are serving public safety as well as industry. In case you don't know about Omdia, we are the combination of IHS Markit, Ovum, and Informa Tech research houses under one research umbrella called Omdia. My professional background has spanned data communications from the advent of X25 to the arrival of 5G. My specialty is critical communications around LTE and 5G. And in parallel, I serve in the Fire Rescue Service as a volunteer in the Washington, D.C. area. It's my pleasure to join today's Connected Virtual Tech event to lead a discussion of the public safety, health, and security challenges facing building owners today. The era of COVID marks a turning point in how employees and visitors think about the building structures that they congregate in. There's growing concern about the safety of the work environment, but conversely, we've had a growing appreciation for the importance of gathering in person and working together in a group, in a facility. People want safe buildings, and we'll spend some time today reviewing the challenges and the opportunities facing the real estate community on this topic. Joining me today is an amazing, accomplished group of individuals. We have Ken DeCipio with Tavistock Development Company. And Ken has spent years in the commercial real estate sector, immersed now in a unique Tavistock project dealing with a smart city concept that's serving as a living laboratory for workplace health and wellness. We have Mark Fletcher. He's better known as Fletch. He's Vice President of Public Safety Solutions at 911 Inform. Long career spanning telecom and public safety communications. We have John Girola, who is heading up sales and marketing for Fiplex Communications, one of the nation's leading in-building wireless solution providers. And then finally, we have Victor Mejia, the product line manager at Nexivity Communications, bringing some of the most innovative building repeater solutions to complement the coverage challenge that we see today. So let me get this started. Ken, you've toiled in the vid.
Before you start, I just want to make a couple of announcements.
I'm sorry. Yes, we've got Rich Berliner, our host for the day, who's providing the wine at the end of the evening.
Absolutely, the virtual wine, Ken. So I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. Remind everyone that after the presentations are over later today, we're going to all meet in the exhibit hall for a virtual meet and greet. And I wanted to thank a company that I missed this morning. We had it up on the screen, but they were the sponsors of the CEO Roundtable. That's 5Q Cyber and Don Goldstein and his team. And I was remiss and forgot to thank them. But I'm going to drop off and let you guys go now. It's an interesting topic, and make it interesting and go at it.
Thanks, Rich. All righty, Ken. So you've toiled in the vineyard of the real estate industry for many, many years. What is your take on how the sector, the real estate sector, building owners, developers, what's your take on how the approach to building health and safety is evolving?
Sure. I spent the first 30 years of my career representing occupiers of space, right? So taking it from an angle of representation, what's important? What's important to the occupier, and certainly health and safety. And more recently, working on the Lake Nona project, which is a smart city project where we've created this living laboratory of all different sectors, right? We take 24 different circles, which are education and it's health and safety, and it's and how do they overlap? And so first of all, we sort of start with really the minimum. What are the codes? What are the regulations? What are the rules? And then from there, what we try to do is we try to bring in partners. Really, how do we make it better, safer? How do we make the individuals healthy? And we call it, how do you become the best version of yourself? And so by starting sort of with that minimum of what are the rules, I'm going to focus more on the health side here. But when we take well building standards, for example, when we incorporating them in our buildings, we present the platform for the tenants to expand and do more with it. So, for example, UV lighting. We've been working with UV lighting for 4.5 years, and so we incorporate the technology to enable the tenants to be able to run with it. So, whether it's a product like smart windows with view glass, right? How do we enhance the tools and the infrastructure so that our partners can come in and our tenants and occupiers can come in and actually run with those things as well. So if you what I wanted to mention is Tavistock Group, we have over 200 of our own companies that have occupiers that are sitting in space, all different types of space as well. And then on the flip side, we have a development company that's building that space.
What is the take up at this point of awareness of this as an option for building development? Is this unique, a small niche, or is it growing?
Well, it's unique in a way, but I think the trend right now with smart buildings is really taking off, especially with COVID. We've validated some of the things we were doing, right? To build a smart building is going to be more expensive. than just using traditional materials and not providing such a robust infrastructure. But this robust infrastructure allows us to incorporate, if you look at our infrastructure at Lake Nona, we've got 23,000 miles of fiber. We've now got a robust 5G network that Verizon is experimenting on. So when you start looking at the infrastructure that we've incorporated, it's allowed us to sort of prove out to others. And look, we welcome others to come in and take a look at what's happening at Lake Nona, and try these things as well, right? And I'm in Palo Alto today, sitting in a hotel room, so I'm trying to get the best background I can. But I'm going to be down in San Jose looking at a smart city development project later on this afternoon, right? And we share ideas in terms of how we can incorporate, these tools and these things that we're seeing out in the market.
Do you have examples of tenants that have benefited, especially from some of these unique technology advantages that the structures provide?
We have, and if we look at, I'll just take aviation for one. When we sort of identified medical, health and wellness, med tech, simulation, we identified the different platforms that we would think that would benefit from our technology. Just take simulation for one. Orlando's the simulation capital of the world. We were able to draw in the SimLearn Center, which is the National SimLearn Center that actually services the VA, for example. But they needed that robust technology. More recently, Verizon is using our network as a robust 5G network, and has set up in collaboration with us a 5G incubator, right? We had 400 applicants for that 5G incubator, and we are now funding about a half dozen of those already. So you start looking at what's the future can hold. We had an announcement earlier this week about a VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing. It'll be the first transportation system in the United States, VTOL station. And so if you start looking at with Lilium, who's the manufacturer, so if you start looking at sort of if you build it, they will come. We've sort of implement that at every stage of whether it's our hospital tenants, whether it's our, you look at what's happening with HCA building an adult teaching hospital. You look at what Cisco is doing in terms of using Nemours Children's Hospital as a place to try technology. And we can go right down the line with one of the newest and most advanced VA in the system. So, we look at the role of a developer really going forward in the future is that you have to build with a higher level of infrastructure. And of course, it's going to be, you have to look at a little long-term hold. But if you incorporate that higher level of infrastructure, you're going to enable your tenants to do more. And we've certainly have benefited by this infrastructure because the tenants, they've come.
So it's a bit of a speculative approach, though, for the building developers. They're going to be making a bet on the trajectory of the technology and their clients' needs going forward. How comfortable are these folks with making a bet like that?
Well, we've made the bet, right? So we've made the bet, and it seems to have paid off so far. And what I think we're good at is we're not coming up with all these ideas. We're sort of a blank canvas, a white tablecloth of a place to come and experiment and try things. So I think what we're good at doing is we're good at saying, hey, Cisco, we think you can do something with this, with these, or Bosch, these smart camera systems in the garage. And so what we're good at doing is opening up that with patient capital and sort of let's be an incubator to these things. So look, I think we're good at helping them look at it and monetize it, right? What's important to occupiers? It's about recruiting, retention. It's about increased productivity. It's about efficiencies, right? And so if you can meet those sort of 4 platforms with something you're incubating, there has to be a way to convert that back over to maybe it's a little bit higher rent, right? So I think what we've been able to do is take that risk and show that the risk is can pay off for a developer.
it's an audacious goal, and it certainly sounds like there's extraordinary benefit if this goal is attained.
Yeah.
Takes a little bit of courage and some investment, but at times of crisis, that's sometimes when the your next generation of leaders emerge. People who take advantage of the time to put in place the foundation for the future. So this is going to be, it's going to be very interesting to watch this living laboratory as it evolves.
The first shovel went in the ground in 2008. We are now one of the fastest developing residential communities in the United States. Lake Nona is 17 miles square. It's a city. And we're about 6 million feet of developed commercial space. So it's really taken off.
Impressive. Let me move the conversation on a bit and turn to Fletch. So Fletch, over the years, we've seen buildings evolve quite a bit structurally. The communications support inside those buildings. Could you talk a bit about how building systems can evolve to better enhance the public safety response?
Yeah, absolutely, Ken. Thanks for having me on the panel today. Really, really honored to be here. So I think the main problem is that emergency communications at its core, E911, if you will, has been a primarily legacy analog voice-based architecture. Yeah. And that's because that's what the network was built as in 1969. But modern technology, as you know, has evolved. We're in the digital age now. The devices we carry, the buildings that we live and work in, we're now in this intelligent environment. And if you will, if you've got a black and white TV, it doesn't matter if I'm watching a high-def television show. I'm going to get black and white TV. So when the 911 system itself is as crippled as it is, there's no incentive for anyone to move forward with new levels of connectivity. Fortunately, next generation 911 is being deployed right now as we speak. And there's transitional technologies that exist that allow even legacy centers to realize new modern modalities of communications through the internet, basically, or IP connectivity. So that is radically changing what the art of the possible is for individuals and building owners.
To back up, you've been very busy over the last couple of years of your career, helping facilitate some changes in law that better bind buildings to the emergency system. Could you just briefly talk about what you've been doing there and what's resulted?
Sure. Back in 2013, there was a horrible incident in Texas where Carrie Hunt was a 31-year-old mother of 3, went to a hotel to visit her estranged husband. He pulled her into the bathroom. Her oldest daughter, Brianna, who was 9 years old at the time, knew to call 911, ran over to the hotel room phone, tried 4 times, but was unable to, simply because the telephone system required a 9 to make an outside call. Just a tragic incident. So I worked with Hank Hunt, Carrie's father, Brianna's grandfather, to enact Carrie's Law. And we kept it very simple. We kept it around access. That was kind of a spearhead that added in additional capabilities through awareness. And shortly after that was the Ray Bombs Act, Section 506, which now requires, as of January 6th of next year, dispatchable location information to be provided not only to people on site, but to public safety. So now they've got more detailed information. That's great because as buildings are becoming more connected, the amount of information and the mechanisms we can use to provide that information are becoming efficient, affordable, and very, very different from what they were in the past. Quite frankly, it was incredibly expensive to deliver that level of detail in the past. Now it's actually quite easy.
Very nice. One of the aspects that frustrates me the most as a firefighter, most of the fire incidents we receive are actually activations from building alarm systems. And the information that comes in to the 911 center is just that the alarm's been activated. So we go into the panel that's in the building and try to now start troubleshooting that bloody building. They're all different. The buildings are like snowflakes because of variations in the fire code. But it strikes me that the buildings have a lot of intelligence built into them now. I think Ken has talked about some of this amazing innovation that's happening. What's your sense of what we can do to perhaps convey some of this insight that's in the building with the IoT systems, the fire alarm system, to have it flow a bit more naturally, holistically into the public safety response systems?
That's a great question. And first of all, thank you very much for being a first responder. That's a job that is not thanked enough, and they're literally people that save lives every single day with 240 million 911 calls a year. So as a first responder, you understand that not only information, but actionable information is relevant to the first responder. Telling you that I sit at cube 2C 231 doesn't give you what you need to get to me in the building. There could be locked doors, there could be physical impasses, there could be all kinds of things blocking from where you walk in and where I need you to be. So again, like you said, think about the intelligent buildings. Think about the connected buildings. When I don't know if it's fire code in Washington, D.C., but if you walk in the front door or a common entrance of any building, you look to the left and there's a fire alarm panel within 10 feet of the front door. Why not put a video display at that location that tells you, you are here, I need you here, and this is the best way to get there? Now you have to break down these 3 doors, not every bloody door in the building, trying to figure out where you're going. It's as simple as providing actionable information. And with connected buildings, that information exists in gigabytes. It's just a matter of getting it to the responders in the appropriate amount of time and when they need it. When you pull the truck out of the garage, you don't need to know what cube number you're going. When you walk through the front door, you need to go that way. That's what's important. And the problem is not enough people that have done that job are building the technology, so they don't know the use case.
Yeah. Well, it's a big challenge for us. And as you know, code changes get introduced, but they become effective really only as new buildings get created. So we will always have this landscape of snowflake buildings out there, but it sure would be nice with this art of the possible taking shape to improve the situation. Have you heard, what kind of concerns are there about privacy and security on the part of the building owners? I would think that, as you ramp up the amount of information that might be available outside of the building about the context of the building, the status of the building, that there could be security concerns that the tenants have. Have you given any thought to that issue?
Absolutely. It was one of the foremost things that we thought about when we built our application. And we worked with public safety because not only are tenant privacy concerns are an issue, but first responders often carry personal devices, personal cell phones. And we want to enable those devices with multimedia content, but the second I put an app on that device, I make it discoverable in a court of law, which is problematic. So one of the things that we did with our application was we deliver that data to the device using WebRTC and HTML5. Basically, it's a web app delivered over the air, over the web. And the second that the incident is closed, the information is wiped clean off the device, and it's not accessible after the fact by the first responder. Of course, it's available in the centralized systems. And there are concerns. People's primary concerns are, we don't want someone coming in and looking when there's no emergency. So again, the model that we utilize is that we initiate an outbound session into the public safety networks. They can't come in and look whenever they want. They come in and look when we open the door and they're invited. So it's fairly simple.
So we've started recently carrying FirstNet devices on our units. So I have at my disposal a little Sonim XP8 that I can bring in with me. And, if my decrepit brain remembers, it goes into my pocket and I bring it into the building. For some reason, the P25 push-to-talk always comes with me. I don't always remember the Sonim device, but I can see where that multimedia screen on the Sonim device could be just a precious tool for allowing me to interface into the property systems. Interesting approach with the WebRTC to enable that in a way that can give the building owner, the tenants, confidence that it's being done right. All right, lovely. Let me move on and just keep, so we don't, this should be a 4-hour session, but Rich wouldn't give us 4 hours. So I'm gonna move on. And let's talk about some of the folks who actually make sure that the wireless works in the building. So John, can you talk about how the wireless coverage solutions that help us get radio signals with the LTE devices, so that my Sonim device perhaps also actually works? Certainly my push-to-talk device with Project 25 works. John, how is that evolving?
Yeah. Again, thanks, Ken. And thank you again for being a first responder, because look, communications in a building, as you know, all these great, the stuff that Fletch is working on for next generation 911 and having visibility into where somebody is, that's all well and good. But if once you're in that building and that building burning and you can't communicate, that's problematic, right? So we consider that as really critical communication, right? It's essential for any of the first responders to be able to communicate within a building to protect the lives, protect your life as a first responder, and certainly the people that you're going in after that, right? So what we're making sure is that there's so many different forms of as you mentioned, right? There's FirstNet, there's P25, there's different versions of that, and making sure that you have the ability to have that communications and the flexibility to be able to emerge as the technology shifts. So an example would be, there's markets today that are all maybe class B networks, right, for 700, 800. And some markets are starting to say, well, I want to be able to have channelized. I want to go to a class A environment, right?
Could you explain what that means? Because I'm not sure everybody understands the distinction.
Yeah, so you basically in a class B environment, you've got it's basically a broadband. So you've got all channels are wide open, and anybody can communicate as long as you're in that frequency band, 700, this is 700 spectrum or the 800 spectrum, right? When you go to a class A, you become more channelized, and there's the advantages there are there's less overlap. There's ways that you can have communication within a facility, avoid near far environment. So somebody's standing underneath an antenna with a radio, and you're the guy that's maybe 50 feet away or 75 feet away trying to communicate. Right. So having the ability to have both of those be able to communicate simultaneously without overrunning each other. But the point is that if you have a facility or a jurisdiction today that's class B and it needs to go to class A,
do you want to have to go out and replace everything in your network? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to, have more software capabilities so that you can actually, visit the site remotely, log in, and provide some kind of a software key to upgrade the system from one class to another, or from a lower power to a higher powered device. And that's some of the things that we're trying to do bring into the market. We view that there's really kind of there's four stakeholders in the facilities, right? There's certainly the AHJs, the authority having jurisdictions, and that their goals are very different than the goals of the property owners, right? The real estate owners, right? They're more concerned about just getting a CO to some extent. We hope that we can try to educate them to bring more than just getting a certificate of occupancy, because you want to be able to, provide it as, you've got a safe building. You can promote that, right? I know in my facility that I've got 99.9% coverage, and I've got coverage not only when I have 1 or 2 users in it, but I can verify it when there's 50 radios that are active in the network. In public safety, we don't worry about the difference between public safety communications and cellular. Cellular is more constrained about capacity. We're not so concerned about capacity in the public safety side, but when there's a major event, there is a capacity issue, right? And if you're only testing for one or 2 users, you're doing a disservice. So there's 4 stakeholders. There's the AHJs, there's the folks that actually do the installation, systems integrators. There's certainly the building owners, and then there's the equipment manufacturers, the folks that are providing the communications services, and making sure that they kind of all work together, right? The AHJs they're not RF savvy for the most part, right? Their job is to make sure they've got communication in a building, and there are some that are becoming more educated, and we're spending a lot of time trying to educate them on that. But if there was a way to try to reduce the complexity of the RF networking, that's certainly some advantages to that. The guys that are doing the installations, that relationship between the AHJ and the systems integrators is always somewhat contentious, because they're trying to get a system installed and operational, get the CO for their customer, which is the building owner. The AHJs are more concerned about making sure they've got coverage, and you're meeting all of the UL 2524 and all the different certifications that are out there. So we're trying to make sure that we can create an environment where all of the parties kind of come together. The OEMs, like ourselves, and Victor's company and others out there, working together with all 4 parties so that we can create a mechanism to deliver additional buildings quicker, right? There's a lot of advantage to that. The AHJs want to have ubiquitous coverage, not only in their buildings, but in all of them, right? There's 5 million plus buildings in the United States today. Do all of them have 100% coverage? No, absolutely not, right? So if they could deploy quicker, they would certainly be happy, and we would be happy as an OEM, because we'd probably sell more equipment. But the systems integrators would be happier, because they're getting more jobs, and real estate folks they're getting the coverage, and they're getting the COs that they need to get people in the buildings.
So it's easy within building coverage solutions to get kind of wrap around the concept of a box. I'm going to put a box in the building. I think Fiplex has tried to elevate the conversation a little bit and attempt to get building owners to think a little more strategically about their properties. Can you talk about the call to action that Fiplex has issued, and how you see this shaping the future of how buildings keep people safer?
Yeah. Thanks, Ken. Yeah. So we put out a call to action probably around May timeframe, and really it was a call to action to create, again, we call it better building, better business, and it's really getting all 4 of the parties together. And the call to action was to address to the AHJs to bring to market a technology that would allow for ease of deployment, more rapid deployment, providing more flexibility in the deployment. So a solution that's more software based, so that you have, going back to what I mentioned earlier, if you're going from a class B to a class A, or if you have an environment today that you're a building owner and you've got a single building today, but you're building out a campus, and you start off today as a single, you have a single BDA, but tomorrow you're going to have 2 or 3 more buildings, and now you need to move into a fiber DAS. The ability to have the technology that you're installing to be able to be reused, so that the BDA that's installed, the amplifier that's bringing in the signaling to provide the coverage for the building, to be able to reutilize that as maybe a fiber remote, or as convert it into a master system. So again, providing that flexibility, and that's the call to action to the OEMs to create more flexibility and better technology. And that's one of the things that we introduced with kind of our Flex platform. And then, with regards to the landlords, and it's about providing, it's additional service. Just like you're looking at your cellular, you can sell the concept of a safer building, that you've got the ability, you've got a proven facility that has connectivity everywhere, and it's proven by the AHJs. So that was the call to action for better buildings, better business.
It's an important discussion to have with the market, for sure. Let's move on to the other aspect of covering buildings. That's the bidirectional amplifier, the repeater. And Victor, could you talk a little bit about how your organization is trying to change the perception of public safety communications going forward?
Thank you, Ken. I would like to say also thanks for having me here in this panel. I'd like to participate and share some ideas. Well, ensuring public safety communication in properties isn't necessarily about just making sure you meet a set of codes. And I will paraphrase Chief Perdue from the Safer Commission, when he said that the codes are written, and those are minimum requirements for manufacturers to meet, but it's up to companies like Nextivity or Pipelex to not only meet those requirements but exceed them, right? And we are seeing more and more municipalities are adopting guidelines and mandating standards for two-way radio coverage in buildings, and those are created specifically for first responders, right? And because the communication is critical during an emergency, but what happens about everyone else inside a building or an indoor space. And well, in my opinion, an effective public safety communication plan should account for infrastructure to support not only two-way radio communication system, but to support as well cellular, right? So again, mentioning the Safer Building Coalition, the 3 pillars that they are promoting today is people must have the ability to communicate, to send emergency 911 calls. Fletch just mentioned a great example of why it is important, right? And also people must be able to receive mass communication, right? And those things are only possible with the correct infrastructure and setting a BDA, setting enough capacity, I would say, to satisfy the requirement. COVID is also a great example today. During this morning session, I have heard concepts like density mapping or occupancy detections. All that technology will only operate in an infrastructure that will be capable to transmit a big amount of data, right? So those are the things that we are doing Nextivity. We are trying to create creating devices that are smart, that help not only building owners to get a certificate of occupancy in record time, but also help HJs facilitating their work and system integrator as well to expedite the time to operation for those BDA inside those buildings, and to satisfy and to create also smarter and safer spaces.
So, the role of your company and other BDA suppliers is to provide an indoor radio environment that plays nicely with the outside environment, and it's a challenge with the, if you're just worried about the traditional public safety systems, it's a little bit easier, but when you start bringing LTE into the picture, life becomes complicated very quickly. How much activity are you seeing in the building segment for integrating the in-building systems with the external LTE systems?
Yeah, well, we are seeing right now big increases, I mentioned before, of data, and Flex also mentioned actionable information, right? So first responders must be able to identify exactly. It's all about location. I would like to mention that last year the FCC voted to improve the location security for mobile 911 calling, and they both changed from 10 meters to 3 meters, and a lot of people said, "Oh, that's great," but
and on the Z-axis, not just XY.
Exactly, that's where I'm going, because a lot of people say, "Hey, hold on, I don't think 3 meters will be enough." Now that you mentioned the Z location, right, and 3 meters accuracy could be, I don't know, could we place the first responder above or below the floor where the victim of the people is expecting to receive help, and this is critical. I mean, the requirements are every day are increasing, and this is more and more important right now. Certificates of occupancy are required. That's okay, but I think building owners and public in general will think about beyond that, right? So right now, with this pandemic happening, you see prospective tenants walking into facilities looking for how well is the coverage inside a building right now. So looking, of course, obvious things like any other tenants or people looking to rent or buy a house, they will do. But one of the critical things for those or maybe this new startup that is growing and is looking for a new facility, they will look for connectivity, right? So it's super critical, super important, not only for public safety, but also for new needs. And we are seeing a change in our way lifestyles right now today, and we need to move accordingly to those requirements as well. So it's up to the manufacturers to create and to satisfy those needs as well. And we here at Nextivity, we provide solutions that I'm sure are according to the needs that we are seeing today.
Got it. Ken, let me turn back to you. I know with our company, one of the impacts of COVID has been to actually eliminate landline telephones now on everybody's desk. And across the board, they're going to cellular communications. And in many facilities, the voice communications occurs with voice over Wi-Fi on the business system, but that doesn't serve visitors very well into the structure. So if you have visitors that are coming and mingling in cafes or doing business and they have an emergency, it's quite possible they can't get out of the building through the cellular network. And there may not be much in the way of fixed lines in the network. Is the real estate sector considering the impact of a future without wired desk phones?
It's interesting you say that. we were seeing a trend, over the last, let's say, 5 to 7 years of people relying more heavily on their mobile device, and desk phones, going away. But we're also seeing it enables also shared space, mobility within the space, hoteling within the space, where you're not just sort of dedicated to one space, but you have the opportunity to move around, right? So when you start adding in, obviously you need a way to communicate when you're in there. If you're, especially like you just sort of took the words out of my mouth, as a visitor. But right now it's too soon, because we're not seeing enough people back in the space. What we're seeing is that if you look at New York City, only 15% of space. Now, obviously, this is 10 days to 2 weeks old, but only about 15% of people are back into space. You look at San Francisco, and it's not much better. It's about 20%. So I think that the trends have yet to emerge. We're looking towards the brokerage companies, the architects, the owners, and obviously companies that we deal with to come up with these solutions. So we're still waiting for these solutions to develop.
Fletch, do you have any thoughts on how this is evolving?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the trends, obviously, is people are moving to cellular communications for their emergency calls because everyone's carrying a device. There's a new network that has evolved. They talked about transitional next generation 911 networks. And a company called Rapid SOS came out a couple of years ago that enabled location technology or enhanced that from cellular devices. We've actually been able to tap into that at the carrier network side to provide a geofenced building with a reverse notification that someone in their facility has dialed 911 on a cell phone. And that's the first time that's ever been able to be done. And with that technology,
that's an incredibly important contribution, because then the building tenant can activate emergency procedures and get their own staff who are assigned as wardens, as emergency health responders, to go to the location and start providing aid.
Yeah, and I always used to joke about an old building that we had down in Florida. The first thing that the security guards down at the front desk did when they knew there was a 911 call is get an elevator to the lobby, because that was the slowest elevator known to man. I think there were a couple of guys in the lobby or basement on pulleys. But yeah, exactly. It's the awareness, the situational awareness, not only of first responders, but building staff, and enabling that for cellular phones as they become the preferred communications choice. People are going to a BYOD environment. Phone systems are going away as we know them.
And this may be off topic slightly, but we're seeing devices that have been created for the COVID virus, for example. We're seeing some wearable devices that are very, very good with, extremely good accuracy, but they're more so health devices. So those health devices, as they see someone's blood pressure, biometrics changing, can actually call directly to 911. And we're seeing some of these devices that are tapped into the networks that could be rolling out fairly soon.
Yeah, and think about that, Ken, right? It's not just about this device saying, hey, Fletch is having a problem. It's about the connected building devices saying, hey, do you know it's 180 degrees in his office? Hey, do you know the sprinklers are going off? It's that correlated information that makes it relevant.
One of the things that's coming with the Rapid SOS as well is I believe they're tied into some of the health information for individuals they've stored on their device voluntarily.
Absolutely.
And providing a way to kind of flow that information through the chain to the emergency services so they're better informed about the health history of an individual.
Yeah.
Fletch, do you see future regulatory changes coming in this area?
I do. So Kerry's Law and Ray Bombs Act specifically addressed multi-line telephone systems. With the communications landscape changing, it's inevitable that just like you're required to have fire alarm systems and sprinklers in buildings, that you're going to see some, I believe, my opinion, you're going to see some federal requirements for DAS and for providing cellular. If if we're at, I think, 120% saturation of cell devices, last numbers I saw from CTIA, if that many devices are out there, to ignore those just cannot continue.
Yeah. So one of the elements of this space that has driven me crazy over the years has been the dogmatic refusal by the authorities having jurisdiction to allow commingling of cellular communications and public safety communications. They want a pristine public safety communications environment that they can trust, that does not interfere with their outside network. And all of their rules are just kind of tunnel vision down into making that happen. Yet, when we have, sadly in the United States, an active shooter situation, people are cowering in closets and they can't call out on the cellular system to tell the 911 center what they're experiencing and provide important intelligence out there. Is there, John, do you see any prospect at all for code to perhaps, or AHJs, to become a little bit more liberal with allowing us to commingle the DAS systems for public safety and the DAS systems for the first responders?
Yeah, Ken, it's a good point. We actually see there are most of the AHJs want them separate, but we're starting to see that there are some people that are saying that, taking a look at it and saying, look, there's some economics, particularly being driven by the integrators, but also by the real estate folks, to say, look, we're spending this money on this. Can't we put it together? Now, there's some economics of why you may not want to do that, right? I mean, with the public safety, everything has to be battery backup. You don't have to have as many antennas in public safety for coverage, right? Because again, it's about so there's some technical reasons why there might be some incurred costs, but we're starting to see some of that to come together. And I think as there's more of the 5G coming into play, where you're going to have there's a lot more radios that are the small radios in play. I think you'll start seeing more of that. I mean, the other piece I want to just come back with, we talk about all of the kind of the in-building communication. There's a big piece that you have to remember, and particularly with public safety, that when you're installing these devices in to get communication inside, you have to have communication integrity to the outside, right? In the public safety world, there's the macro network that's out there that we all have to, the P25 networks, as you mentioned earlier, we've got with FirstNet and 700, you have to have that network integrity and the devices that, you don't want to be broadcasting out into the macro network. If there's no activity inside, why broadcast out, right? So you want to make sure that the technology, and it's kind of one of the things that we were bringing to the table with the kind of the better building, better business, is to get the industry to do that, because there's markets that are gonna, there's markets in Seattle, and you think about the major metropolitan areas where for every new building goes up, if there's a BDA, I mean, your macro network coverage just starts to shrink and shrink and shrink because there's just so much activity out there. So it's important to have that network integrity.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Aaron, can I talk to you? Why? Come back.
How's it
Aaron,
going?
am I talking to you?
How's it going?
Good. I just got in here. It's been turned into a busy Monday, but I was playing around. It's pretty cool.
It's very different, right?
Yeah, no, but how's everything working out? Good?
Going well.
Yeah, I mean, I joined seamlessly, as soon as I walked in, sat down and kind of zoomed in, but I thought it was pretty cool.
Cool. All right, man. Well, enjoy. I'll catch you soon.
Yeah, cheers. Enjoy. Are you listening to Mark?
Yeah, I'll be here for Mark.
Yep, that's what I figured I'd tune in. So,
Exactly. All right. I'll catch you in a bit.
all right, later.
Fletch, great panel.
Michael, can you hear me? Hello, Michael. Nudge, nudge.
Whoop. Hey.
Hey,
We
dude.
can hear you.
Place private.
Did they record these, Aaron?
Yes,
Oh, okay, great. No, that was a fantastic panel.
it was great.
Yeah,
So
appreciate
yeah,
that.
everything was recorded and it'll be available probably midday tomorrow.
Excellent. Thanks very much, man.
Absolutely, man. Catch you soon.
All right, appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Our afternoon keynote will begin shortly. Just give us 2 more minutes and then we'll be getting started. Thank you.
Testing. Testing. Hello?
I can hear you if you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm not always sure if it's working. Sometimes it's so quiet.
You're way down there too, so.
How you enjoying this so far?
It's interesting.
Yeah. I've been
Very
on
interesting.
I've been on one of the events that they did on Purple Virtual before. This is a good one for real estate. I'm a commercial broker.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is the first time I've done a virtual one for sure. But we're distributed antenna system integrators and wireless integrators.
Very good.
Win connectivity. See our little poster over here.
I think I was talking to one of your colleagues before.
Yeah, we have a whole schedule put in place where we're standing by our booth.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Starting up soon, right?
Hey there, is this seat taken?
Nope.
Mark and Rich, you guys are all set. Take it away.
We live?
You are live.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon keynote. I'm here with Mark Ganzi, CEO of Colony Capital and Digital Colony. And Mark, thanks so much for doing this. It's been a while since we've seen each other, but I'm really, really happy to have you here.
Thanks, Rich. I don't know many friends that I can say that have been friendships that have lasted 3 decades in our various journeys that we've had together in real estate and telecom together. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been great to call you a friend. And you're one of the great legends in our space. So it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Great, thank you so much. It's nice of you to say. And Mark, I tell you, you've done a remarkable amount of things in your career, and now you're the CEO of this, multi-billion-dollar entity. So you just transitioned into the new role as CEO at Colony Capital. How's it different? How's it changed from what you've been doing up to now? Is it drastically different or pretty much the same formula?
It's really interesting. People ask me all the time, they say, what's it like being a public company CEO? And it must be such a huge departure from what you did before. And I tell them, look, it's really not that different because I haven't changed. My management style hasn't changed. As you know, a lot of the people that have worked with me for the last 20 plus years are still with me. And the formula is pretty simple for me. It's about just sound leadership, which is bring really good and competent people around you, empower them, respect them, be transparent with them. And if you create that kind of culture, it doesn't matter if you're running a 20-person private company, Rich, that's doing SITAC, or whether you're running a multi-billion-dollar, diversified global real estate investment trust. The same principles for effective management really ride in every CEO. And there's a lot of books that'll tell you that. You don't have to be, an Ivy Tower guy. You don't have to be from Jack Welch's school of coming up through the GE ranks. You just need to have a really good moral compass at the end of the day and really understand how to treat people and bring good people around you. And so that part of the journey has kind of been the same. There really hasn't been much has changed. I'm still the same guy. I'm still leading the same way I lead. Yes, it's a bigger organization. There's a little bit more complexity given some of the commercial real estate we have, plus all the digital real estate we have. And yeah, I was asked to come in and complete a very difficult job, which was to figure out how to take a $50 billion global asset manager and convert it into a 50 billion plus global digital real estate manager. So in a very short period of 3 years, I've been responsible for rotating 100 billion of assets, and that's kind of a new challenge. Yeah, that one's been a little bit different.
I'll say.
But you know what? I'm still having fun. I wake up still every day at 5 a.m. Nothing's changed. Still working 7 days a week. Still having a lot of fun. Keeping the culture, light, and making sure that the old premise of the 3 Gs that you met in the early 90s of Ginsberg, Yancey, and Gelman, work hard, play hard. That adage still holds true, and you got to make sure you really enjoy the journey with the people you're with. Rich, you know this from building so many great companies. You got to have respect, and you got to want to fight for each other. And once you build that kind of culture, anything's really possible.
Yeah. Well, one of the interesting things, Mark, and going back and looking at the magazine piece we did about a year ago, was that you've been so consistent in what you said. You're not talking about, and I've read the stuff you're out in some interviews you've done, but you said the same thing to me a year ago about what you were looking to do. And it's a remarkable how you've been able to stay on course with that and not vary. So one of the things that we talked about in the magazine article was that you saw yourself as a real estate player, not just a telecom tower operator. And now you've kind of made sure that everybody knows that this is digital real estate. So how's that morphed into the notion of, taking a look at the assets you've got now, getting rid of the ones that weren't contiguous with the digital piece, and looking at now a focus completely on the digital assets in the company?
Well, look, the real success formula is focus. That's a lot of what you saw in that when we had that chat last year. Is just wake up every day, have clarity around what you're doing. Don't confuse the mission. And I'm a big believer in when you get into the chair, you look at all your surroundings, you create the mission, you create the people that are mission capable, you create the processes to get you there, and then you just wake up every day, you put your hard hat on, and you just go to work. It's not that hard. And people that wake up with clarity and focus and mission, and the people capable of executing the mission, there's never any confusion about what we're doing. And so when we merged our business with Colony Capital last year, my partner Ben and I, we'd spent probably 6 months architecting that transaction. But by the time it closed in July, we had a battle plan. And look, I wasn't, I had to wait a year to be the CEO, but behind the scenes, I was making critical, decisions and changes with our then current CEO, who then said, look, we've got to accelerate this. We've got to put you in the CEO chair quicker. You clearly have a handle on everything, and you can be effective at it. So the key to the colony story was there were just 4 simple things we had to do. It wasn't really terribly hard. You know, one, I had to delever the company, which was a real priority for me. You've known me a long time. I don't like to overgear businesses. You know, those of us that were around in the late 90s and early 2000s and watched all the tower companies go bankrupt or near bankruptcy, we all learned a valuable lesson in digital infrastructure, digital real estate, Rich, which is you overgear these businesses, eventually they'll choke. So, you know, we want to set ourselves up for a multi-decade path of success at Colony. And to do that, I had to rewrite, you know, how the company thought about corporate leverage. So I took it from 12 times down to 7.8 times, target leverage next year at about 5.5 to 6 times. And then ultimately, I'd like to be at about 4.5 times with an investment grade rating, following a playbook that's worked really well for American Tower, you know, SBA, Digital Realty, Equinix, folks that have achieved an investment grade rating in their debt. Second thing we had to do was just right size the cost structure. And, you know, one would say, oh, if you're running a 40, I think we're 47 billion or 48 billion today, global asset manager, you need 27 offices, you need 500 people. And I said, time out. No, you don't. Let's figure out what people are doing. What are the functions? Are they making us money? Are they saving us money? And so we put the business over the last year through a rigorous amount of, you know, just testing and pulling and pushing on the G&A. And where we've ended up today is we're at about 11 offices today. We're about 240 people. When I got here, we were 500 people, 28 or 29 offices. So we've cut down our number of offices. I'd like to get that down about 6 or 7 globally. And ultimately, we'll probably be at about 150 to 160 people. By the way, managing the same level of assets, higher revenues, higher EBITDA, but doing it with, you know, 1/3 of the G&A. So we've saved our investors about almost 100 million of run rate G&A.
Wow.
We think there's we're guiding folks to another 40 to 50 million of G&A next year in savings. And if you think about where, you know, these digital REITs trade as a multiple of EBITDA, even if we're at the bottom of our peer group at like 11 or 12 times EBITDA right now, and we've done a good job recovering the multiple in the last 3 to 4 months, but if we're at 11 to 12 times EBITDA, look, you take $100 million of cost out of the business, you're creating $1.2 billion in shareholder value, or $1.4 billion, depending on your multiple. So by pulling, you know, this initial 100 of cost out and another 150, we think that ultimately where our multiple will trade, will create $2 billion of shareholder value just by running businesses the way I've run them in the past. Once again, don't recreate yourself. You don't need to be something that you're not. Just be what you are. Just adapt and make sure that you keep your same frame of reference on how you run a business, whether it's 20 people or 500 people, but be true to yourself. And if you stick to your guns, you'll be able to execute your cost structure. And third thing we promised to folks is that we would sell assets, and we've been doing that. We've sold over 18 billion of assets since I got here. Big trades, and we'll sell a couple of $1 billion worth of real estate over the next couple of quarters. That'll generate fantastic net proceeds. And now we're in a great position. We have over $900 million of cash at our discretion. And once again, when I got here, we didn't have that kind of liquidity position, but I've really rotated the business to a very positive liquidity position. I delevered the business, and now we can play offense. And that's kind of what we're doing now. The last leg of the stool is growth. And we're growing this business the way we've grown other businesses, which is, one, you got to do it organically, and two, you got to do it through M&A. So, you know, we did the DataBank acquisition on our balance sheet. We did the Vantage YieldCo acquisition on our balance sheet. We acquired Zcolo. We acquired a big chunk of Edge presence, which I'm excited about. And then on the other side, we manage third-party capital for others, Rich. So we've got 16 companies in our investment management business, 16 amazing businesses where we manage billions of capital for other people, where we get fee and carry. So we get, quote unquote, we get paid for ideas, but we put our own capital into every deal, just like we always have. And we allow shareholders to invest in that journey with us. And that's where we've created a lot of value, because as we raise new third-party capital, which we've done this year, and we generate more fees, of course, as you can see what happened in the third quarter this year at Colony, we grew revenues 89%, Rich, in our digital segment, quarter over quarter.
Wow.
And we grew EBITDA about 102% from the second quarter to the third quarter. So we're making profound movements as a digital REIT. There hasn't been another digital REIT that's grown like that quarter to quarter. I can't remember the last time. You'd have to go back to the tower companies in the early 2000s. So we're making progress. We're having fun. It's, there's more hard work ahead. We're not done yet. We've got another, call it another 22-ish, 23 billion of real estate assets to rotate out of. We've got about 25 billion of digital assets today. 55% of our assets are now digital, 45% are traditional real estate. And the good news is all that hard work I did at Wharton studying real estate under Peter Linneman has worked out, because I still have to manage a big portfolio of medical assets. We've got 400 wellness infrastructure assets. We've got a big mortgage REIT, and we've still got about 36 private equity real estate and debt investments in the original Colony, private equity and debt real estate funds. So there's still a lot ahead of us, but man, we've made this business a lot simpler, and something that investors now can get their minds wrapped around.
So let's focus on focus. So you are talking about digital real estate all the time, and that basically they fall into four categories, I guess: towers, fiber, data centers, and small cells. Other, that cover it pretty much.
Yeah, those are we call those the four swim lanes.
Gotcha. So the beauty of what you're doing, though, it seems like you're looking at these businesses as how each one intertwines. Oh, they're all standalone potentially, but one can help the other, and they can benefit the other. So in other words, Extenet can help Vertical Bridge, and the data center piece can be valuable to all the companies. How does that work in your head in terms of what you're trying to accomplish with that?
Well, look, the connective tissue is really the Digital Colony brand, which is the manager of those 16 companies. So we've got a global investment team of 77 professionals, Rich, from Singapore to London, New York, Boca Raton, Los Angeles, that manages all these assets on a global basis. And so typically we've got 4 to 5 people on each investment. So take, for example, let's use DataBank, right? Edge computing business, pro forma with Zcolo, 66 edge data centers, big national footprint. And if a customer comes to us, like recently we've worked with a logo called MobiTV. What's MobiTV? It's providing full TV services on smartphones for 5G, and really sort of being a disruptive force for cable. And when we met with those guys, they said, look, we need fiber, we need edge data centers, we need to get closer to the ecosystem that T-Mobile has, because they've got a partnership with T-Mobile. And we said, look, no problem. We took one of our senior people in our investment team. We said, look, help us think through how we put MobiTV not just into DataBank's data centers, but how do we get them connected with Zayo's fiber? How do we think about pulling them closer into the CRAN hubs that we manage for T-Mobile at Extenet? And now we can sit down with a customer like that, Rich, and have a sort of 360 view of their network infrastructure. And those conversations, are now happening with people like Dish. That's a great customer. T-Mobile, which is touching a lot of our infrastructure. So there are customers that work across our ecosystem. And when it comes time to do something big, whether it's a launch of 5G or it's a de novo launch of a brand new network, we want to bring all of those companies to bear on that logo. The idea is to work with the customer and to leverage our infrastructure so that we can lower their cost. And that's the key. If a customer can come to us in an incredibly efficient way and get their data center presence and their fiber presence figured out in one shot, then we're really adding value for the customer. Not just adding value for the 3 portfolio companies that are the beneficiary, but really the way we look at it is we're adding value for the customer. And that's that's where we're starting to hit our stride now, because we have so much infrastructure that we can sit with a customer and have these kind of very, very 50,000 foot strategic discussions like, okay, how do we build this network for you faster, cheaper, and how do you get on air quicker, right? If you can figure that out for a customer, they're going to come back.
Yeah.
And they'll keep leasing space from you. It's like any real estate business, right? I mean, if the reality is, if Ernst & Young has a great experience with Boston Properties, and they had that experience in Boston, and then they go to New York City and say, oh, well, we had a good experience at Boston Properties, I want to go back and lease space from them again. It's no different. The same adage holds in digital real estate. It's the same thing.
Right. Gotcha. But that's not necessarily something that everyone is doing. They're trying to, but typically what you find is, hey, I've got a tower over here, call Verizon, get yourself a fiber to it, and then call us back and let us know when you can go up. So my point with the question was, it seems like this is innovative thinking that you don't see everywhere in the business yet.
Well, no, because nobody has the amount of infrastructure on a converged basis. I think we have a every day we wake up and compete against some amazing companies, competing against Equinix and Digital Realty and CyrusOne and SBA, American Tower, Crown Castle, Unity. All these are great companies, great management teams. But the way they've been built is with a historic view that they have to dominate that one space. And for the last 2 to 3 decades, that has been an accurate bet. You look at the tower business, for example, and you look at the strategy that Tom Bartlett's deploying in American Tower. Tom has been really clear that the macro site is the core to the network. And I would agree with Tom. Tom's smart and he comes from Verizon. And then he's saying, look, and for our growth, we're going to go chase international. Once again, he's been right. International has grown really well, and ex-currency, that's been a strong play for American Tower. Now, back here in the US, which is where most investors really value their earnings the most, is right here at home. And here at home, what we're hearing from customers is their needs are changing. And so networks are changing. And you know this all too well. You ran one of the biggest and most important site act businesses for a long time. What's happening today is you don't just get a search ring anymore, Rich, right? It's not like, here's a polygon, go work it, go bring me back 3 candidates. That is like so 2000 and late thing, Now it's like, okay, look, I have 26 polygons. My standard deviation is like 500 yards. And, and I need 14, 18 strands of fiber. And oh, by the way, I need, I'm going to put ROUs on top of all this. I don't care if it's a tower or if it's a utility pole. Here are my coverage specifications. And oh, by the way, we're front hauling this back, and you've got to go find me, a RAN hub where I'm going to have 3,500 square feet. And here's all my technical standards for my RAN hub. And oh, by the way, here's another list of technical standards for my cloud partner, who, by the way, is AWS. And you've got to create ecosystem for them. At this point, if you're a tower guy, your mind just goes, your mind just blows, because what you've just been handed is a mesh network that's going to interface and really ultimately deploy MIMO. And the only way you can deploy MIMO is with multiple radio access point networks. Whether it's a small cell node, a Wi-Fi offload, a macro site, whatever it is, it's all coming back to one point of aggregation. And that point of aggregation is called decentralized RAN. The radio access network is now being decentralized.
Right.
We're not building $250 million Ericsson switches anymore. Those days are, back in the go-go days when you and I were building 2G and 3G, but that's just not happening anymore.
Right.
The infrastructure is lighter, it's more nimble. And the ability to design and proliferate those networks just requires a totally different abacus than what we were dealing with before. And so that's where we're going. Like, you see all the work we're doing on the edge computing side. You see all the work we're doing on the small cell infrastructure side. You see the amount of fiber we just bought with Zayo. We're prepping ourselves for a different kind of battle. And we're going to play the game very differently than we played it before. That's my bet. Now, my bet is obviously colored by 26 years of thinking and observing and making tons of mistakes and losing in zoning hearings and having towers fall over in construction and, you know, everything that could go wrong in building a network. I've seen it. And every bone in my body screams right now that the feeling I have here is that networks are changing, customers are changing, what they need is changing. And I don't know if our industry is adapting fast enough, which is why you see carriers doing more self-performing than ever around their 5G architecture. So, but look, we're in that mix. We're doing all the things that we say we're doing. Time will tell if I'm right. I would urge everyone on this video conference today. Look, towers are still great. You know, American Tower's not going to go out of business because they whiffed on CRAN. You know, Equinix isn't going to, isn't going to go out of business because they missed on edge computing. I mean, all these are great multi-billion-dollar well-run companies that are built for the future. But the growth, the good growth, that high single-digit, low double-digit growth is in a different place now. And if you want to go chase that, you got to go this way.
Right.
You know,
So
if you want to chase 3 to 4% growth, you go that way. You know.
Right. Yeah. So our friends at Crown have a partial Mark Ganzi philosophy of towers, and
Jay Brown and I have a very similar philosophy.
So
I like Jay. We get along really well. He's a good guy.
They're getting the crap beat out of them for the fiber assets they have, yet you're being looked at as a genius in this score. Is it because you've got the other two pieces? Is it because the fiber assets that you've got are more profitable or more robust than theirs? Or what do you think the difference is there between the two philosophies or the two reasons for being?
Well, first of all, I had the pleasure of being gifted with like $1.50 or $1.60 stock. I could only go anywhere but up. Jay was gifted with a very, very expensive stock that he's had to defend. And so Jay's job is absolutely as difficult as my job. I'd say Jay's job today is a little more difficult than my job. But here's what's happening. I think for Crown, it's really just storytelling. And, you know, now they're starting to give a lot more disclosure around their fiber business. At the end of the day, what a lot of people don't understand, Rich, is unlike towers, fiber actually has multiple different types of businesses. There are many business models inside of fiber. You know this. And so, you know, you can go invest in infrastructure, which is the part that Jay loves, which is long-term leases, long haul, metro rings, fiber to the tower, fiber to the node. Those 4 verticals are performing really well for Crown. They're having a lot of success in their long haul routes, their metro rings, and their FTT business, fiber to the tower business, and their small cell business. Where Crown has gotten a little bit sideways is their enterprise business. So enterprise fiber is super competitive. And I tell this to everybody, you know, it's really hard to be successful in enterprise fiber because there's no privacy of having that great zone tower where like you're driving down the Garden State Parkway and there's that one pine tree that you got zoned that nobody else could get zoned. Right. Well, you know how that ends. It ends up with 4 rad centers and a tower that's doing 180,000 of cash flow, right? Where look, you go run fiber down the middle of Paramus, and there's going to be 4 or 5 guys running down that conduit. And so if I've got a 100,000 square foot office building and I got a curb cut with 5 fiber providers, Crown being one of them, that's just a race to the bottom, right? You're pricing circuits, you're pricing wavelengths, you're pricing dark fiber, and it's brutally competitive. And I think that's the part of the business that I don't want to say Crown underestimated or overestimated, call it what you want. But from day one, they should have been like, okay, we have this other business. It's not like towers. Let's explain it to you. It's going to have 60 to 100 basis points of churn every month. But here's the good news: we're growing it at 14 to 15%. So it's a nice little net 3 to 4% growth business. And if they would have just disclosed that and pushed it over to the left really fast and kept their, what I call their wholesale fiber business in one lane, reported small cells in the third lane, and then towers in the fourth lane, they'd not have a problem. But now they're having to unwind that and tell the story a little bit differently. The reality is it's a great management team, great set of assets. They're going to figure out how to tell the story. Because it was the same problem with Zayo. The reason we were able to buy Zayo at the right price was they had a messaging problem. Trying to communicate to public investors what fiber is hard, because saying that you're just going to take fiber and turn it on its side and it's a tower on its side. I remember my good friend Jennifer Fritchie at Wells Fargo used to say, it's just a tower, on its side. It's not. Right. Here's why it's not a tower on its side. Permitting, strategic moat, right? Privacy of conduits, curb cuts, access to buildings. Telecom Reform Act of 1996, you and I are old enough to have been around for that. That leveled the playing field. That was equal access to all property owners, right. Non-discriminatory access curb cuts to the MPO. And once that happened, building owners couldn't keep people out of their MPO. You had to let everyone into the minimum point of entry. Now, what you did inside your riser is up to you, but you had to provide open access for everybody. So that's created kind of a free-for-all in enterprise. And I could spend a lot of time talking about fiber because I've spent the last 2.5 years buying Zayo, and I'm on that board, and I spend probably, 3 to 4 hours a week just on Zayo stuff. And every week I learn more about the fiber business. It's a super interesting business, and we're going to do really well with Zayo. And some people may not do well with some of their fiber assets if they paid 28 or 30 times, like we've seen some of these multiples go to.
Yep.
But the fiber business is hard. You got to wake up and you got to fight every day.
Right. So you mentioned enterprise, and that's a really good point because most of the audience here are enterprise real estate companies that are listening in. But one of the interesting things about that is that you've got some assets on the enterprise real estate piece. You mentioned just before medical. So there's no way that anyone could come to you and say, listen, Mark, I know you're talking about digital assets and that's all well and good. And you've got a nice pocket of business with that, but don't get rid of the medical enterprise business. Keep that because that's going to do well for you. But, probably with what's going on right now, medical is probably at the top of the heap of the best real estate there is at the moment. What's your thought on that? Could anyone convince you that the medical real estate might be worth hanging on to at this point?
Well, look, I'm really fortunate that we owned medical real estate in the pandemic because we'll actually do almost close to the same AFFO we did last year pre-pandemic. In 2019 was a great year for all real estate. And look, we have a really good performing portfolio. Our MOBs held up. Our triple net hospitals have held up really well. Our skilled nursing portfolio has had a resurgence because of, federal funding and COVID has really helped us out there. Senior living, we've got a big chunk of senior living that's been hit pretty hard, as you can imagine. So I never want to say never, but I just always tell investors the same thing. We have a track record of 30 years of creating value in digital. And that track record, I can't talk about returns because I'll violate SEC rules as a public company CEO, but those returns are really good. We've had, between my partners and myself, we've had close to 13 exits in digital over the last 26 years. And the returns are just vastly superior to what I could achieve in medical today. So, the good news is we pulled through the pandemic. We managed it really well. I got a great partner, Rich Welch, who runs that business for me, ex-Goldman guy, very smart. And we're now in a position where we'll turn into 2021 and we're starting to see opportunistic real estate funds, pension funds, infrastructure investors all want to own these assets. So now we have a hot asset, similar to like last year in November when we announced we were selling our industrial portfolio to Blackstone. Everybody wanted to be in industrial real estate, logistics, right? Great business to be in digital. So we sold our logistics business to Blackstone, and we're happy to part ways. Could we have held it and made more money? Maybe. I don't know. Could we have gotten a tighter cap rate this year? Maybe. I don't know. But ultimately, you never look backwards, right? You make a decision, you stick with it. And for us, it's actually worked out really well. The various real estate assets that we've exited, look, we exited industrial last year. I exited all of our European office portfolio last year. We got rid of that to AXA, the insurance company. We sold all of our community shopping centers anchored by Albertsons to Goldman Sachs. That's actually performed pretty well in the pandemic, community shopping centers. But look, Goldman paid us the right price and we were happy to part with it. The best trade was January. We sold out a New York City office space. Like, how lucky were we? We sold our position in RXR Realty. Love Scott Reckler. He's a great guy. He was an amazing partner to Colony. But we had someone who was interested in buying, our piece of the GP and our stake, and they gave us fair value. And we said, look, long term, we don't want to own office buildings in New York City. It's just not consistent with our digital strategy long term. And that ended up being a really good call. So we've harvested these assets, Rich, at a very good cadence. Not too fast, not too slow, but enough where every quarter we're selling a couple of things. We give it the right attention. We find the right buyers, and we extract the right result. And so far, it's worked out really well. I've been here almost 6 quarters now at Colony, and I can say everything that we've sold at or above our NAV, our net asset value on balance sheet.
Gotcha. So how much of the digital strategy that you're looking at revolves around 5G in one way or the other? Is it all of it? Some of it?
No.
None of it?
Definitely not all of it. I would say, as we think about the spend, this year there'll be about a $378 billion TAM in digital spend, and 211 billion of that will be fiber. That has some of that has to do with 5G, yes, but a lot of that just has to be bringing broadband to homes in COVID. So big overweight to fiber to the home, big overweight fiber to the whatever, data center, tower, you name it, and then fiber to the enterprise. So fiber is not necessarily a 5G catalyst. Fiber is really just the connective tissue that brings it all together. So we look at that and we say that's a pretty big spend. Now look, towers and small cells, that's probably about an $80 billion TAM this year in terms of what was spent. And then the rest of that is another, call it another, 70 to 80 billion in data center. Now, in data center spend, everything we're doing right now is oriented at cloud. So most of the growth, as you could imagine, Rich, is based on cloud computing, rotation to public cloud, rotation to private cloud, enterprise workload shifting, IoT workloads shifting, and then we're doing quite a bit with AI. So we've got a lot of AI workloads with NVIDIA, a bunch of teaching universities like Carnegie Mellon and Georgia Tech, where we've got data centers on their campuses. And so that's a big, and so that's what we call big compute, because those types of compute loads are just big power, big power density generators. And you've just got to really have a very sophisticated facility to deal with those AI guys, particularly NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a big customer of ours.
Really interesting. So one of the things that we're doing here at this event is we're talking a lot about prop tech, property technology.
Yeah.
In your mind, is prop tech part of the digital infrastructure piece that, focusing on focus that you might want to own, that you might be interested in as a digital real estate piece, or is that sort of a near neighbor business that you're really not interested in?
Well, we are looking at it. We've actually been looking at prop tech at Colony now for almost 5 years. It's actually how our conversation started with Tom Barrick. Is he was an investor in some of our smaller private companies, he said, what do you guys think about prop tech? You know, what do you think about digital and real estate sort of coming together? And so I flew out and I met with Tom in LA a couple of years ago, just going back 4 or 5 years ago before we started our first fund. And that's actually how we started talking, was disruption in traditional real estate models. How do we think about prop tech? How do we think about how digital is disrupting real estate? What are the models that are really accelerating that disruption? And obviously, look, it was easy, right? Retail was the first place to start. That was the most disrupted. I still think, you know, I think hospitality and lodging is being very disrupted by digital, certainly more disrupted by the pandemic, but you know, lodging was already being, travel and leisure was already being disrupted by digital, just because there's more efficient models for, you know, other, you know, beds that are quote unquote unoccupied. How do you release unoccupied inventory? Certainly, you know, the office market was being slightly disrupted. I don't think digital was really disrupting office markets. I think now post-COVID it will, because we're all realizing a couple days a week we can work from home and we can be just as productive. I'm working from home today, and I've had a busy day. I was up at 5, and this is about my 13th meeting of the day. So, you know, I think that intersection and that continued collision between real estate and telecom is what you and I used to call it. You know, wherever that stuff intersects, there's opportunity. That's why I got in the business in 1994. It was a simple premise, which is, gee, wireless companies need real estate. I have great relationships with real estate owners. I understand real estate. What if we smash those together and created an idea? And any entrepreneur, anyone that's watching today, I would encourage you, if you have any business model that is at the crossroads of where real estate meets digital or telecom, you're going to be successful, because those business models have endured, the good ones.
Yep. So yeah, well, that's a good topic for us to continue to talk about after this, because we are really steeped in the prop tech space now. And we see a lot of interesting things coming up. You know, we hear from the real estate guys and what they're putting in and what they like and they use. And we're hearing from these prop tech companies that come either from, they raised $12 million in A money, or they came out of their parents' basement with some great ideas. So, you know, there's a lot there.
I love those ideas. I love the parent basement.
Exactly. So I read somewhere, there was an interview with somebody recently that said that you had 31 deals in the pipeline. That sounds like a lot, even for, you know, a big company like Colony and you know, even with a team like yours. Is that a sort of an accurate number, or there, you know, is that sort of a rounding error